Section 31 of The Little Ball of Fire by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. I was sitting musing in my room about an hour after supper when the door opened and Father Ferdinand appeared. He was evidently a good deal agitated and seemed scarcely able to speak to me. "My son," he said, taking both my hands and gazing anxiously in my face, "my son, I am afraid you have done wrong." I understood him at once and replied, "No, Father, I have not, unless to struggle against every feeling of my heart which prompted me to ingratitude and deceit. Unless, I say, to struggle against such feelings be evil, I have not done wrong." He raised his right hand while he still held mine in his left, saying solemnly, "Thank God for that. I, at least, have acted wrong," he added. "I once gave you hope without clearly knowing whither that hope might lead you, and now know all. And I tell you, you must despair." "Father," I replied, "I have never entertained a hope. I knew that you were unacquainted with my situation, and the dreams you raised lasted but half an hour." "Forgive me for having raised them at all," he said. "And now, mark me, you must speak with Monsieur de Villardin. Nay, indeed you must. He already expects you. Give me but 5 minutes to speak with him more at length, and then follow me to the library." I would fain have asked more. I would fain have discovered what, or rather how much, Monsieur de Villardin knew. But there were so many contending emotions in my bosom that I was afraid my voice would be choked ere I could put my questions, and I merely replied, "I will." Without rejoinder, Father Ferdinand left me, and burying my face on my arms, I remained in the same state of mind as a condemned criminal who has just heard an order given for his instant execution. I was not one, however, to shake before any mortal man. I felt, too, that with the power to have won happiness for myself by wronging him I was just about to see, I had sacrificed my own peace rather than act ungratefully towards him. This feeling nerved my heart for whatever might come, and by the time that the 5 minutes were over, I was slowly descending the great staircase towards the library. I knew not how Monsieur de Villardin would treat me, and I almost feared from some casual traits which I had remarked in his character that he might demean himself haughtily towards me. Such a method was not that calculated to govern or affect one of my disposition, and as I passed through the saloon and crossed the very spot where I had seen Madame de Villardin stand with the Count de Mesnil, a number of services which at different times I had rendered to the Duke rose up before my eyes, and I advanced with a firmer step, from feeling that the balance of obligation was not altogether against myself. As I passed by the mirrors I saw that I was deadly pale, but I could not help that, and opening the door I entered the library with more command over myself than I thought I could assume. Monsieur de Villardin was alone, and striding up and down the room in a state of agitation that it is impossible to describe. He was at the farther end of the chamber when I entered, but immediately turned round and paused for a moment, gazing upon me with a quivering lip. I took a step or two more forward, and then waited for him to begin, but he said nothing, and advancing rapidly towards me, threw his arms around me as if I had been his child, exclaiming, "Oh, de Juvigny!" It overpowered me at once. Pride and resolution and firmness all gave way, and I wept like a woman, while he mingled his tears with mine. "This is too much," said Monsieur de Villardin. "Sit down, my dear boy, and let us speak as calmly as possible over an event that has made me more wretched than you can conceive." Casting myself upon the seat opposite to that in which he usually sat, I leaned my head forward upon the table, and suffered him to proceed, while feelings that defy all language struggled fearfully in my bosom. "De Juvigny," he said, in a low, earnest voice, "my friend, my benefactor, my more than son, twice you have saved my life, once you have saved my child. Ever have you counselled me aright, even as a boy. You have watched my couch of sickness. You have calmed me in the moment of passion. You have laboured to prevent me from committing crime. You have striven to soothe the voice of remorse. You have sought far and near to find consolation for my grief. And now, what is it I am called to do? I have to make you miserable. I have to inflict upon you the bitterest pangs that a heart like yours can suffer. I have to deny you the only gift which could fittingly recompense the benefits you have conferred upon me. And all this because I foolishly engaged myself by a promise ere I knew how much misery it would cause to fulfil it. Believe me, my dear boy, believe me upon my honour, that were it not for that promise, I would set all the world's maxims of pride and ambition and avarice at naught, and knowing none so worthy or so noble as yourself, would bestow upon you my sweet child as contentedly as if you were a king. But, oh, de Juvigny, that promise, that fatal promise! I did not forget that he had made me too a promise in former years, to grant me any boon that I might ask, and the idea certainly had crossed my mind, as I had descended to the library, to demand its execution now. But he had met me so differently from the manner in which I had expected to be met, that all my feelings were changed in a moment, and as he spoke I could make no reply, for his generous kindness shook and agitated me far more than if he had piled upon my head the bitterest of reproaches. "Our excellent friend, Father Ferdinand," continued Monsieur de Villadin, "has pointed out to me the cause of all your conduct during the last campaign. Strange your behaviour certainly has appeared in my eyes, and if I remember right, that change took place when I told you of the promise I had given, and gave you news that must have blasted all your hopes for ever." "My lord, I never entertained a hope," I replied. "Although I believe, without boldness, I may say that my race is as noble as your own, yet I came before you as an exiled adventurer, without home, without country, without fortune, and most presumptuous would it have been for me to entertain a hope under such circumstances. The change in my conduct, or rather the end of my happiness for life, took place as soon as I discovered what were the feelings which I had been nourishing in my bosom. It did, perhaps, add somewhat to the load, to know that Mademoiselle de Villadin was destined to wed a man she did not love, but that knowledge destroyed no hopes, for I had entertained none." Monsieur de Villadin gazed upon me thoughtfully for several minutes, and then said, "De Juvigny, I am almost afraid to ask you, yet answer me sincerely, and fear not that I shall blame you, for I have been too faulty a being myself to have any title to chide with others where passion is concerned. Tell me, is Laura acquainted with your feelings towards her?" "She is now, my lord," I answered, "but such was not the case till our return from the last campaign." "You have done wrong, de Juvigny," he said, speaking mournfully, but not harshly. "You have done wrong, but still, as I have said, I have no right to blame you, for I look upon myself as the cause of all this unhappiness. I should have been upon my guard. I should have known that such an intimacy could not go on without ending as it has done, and I should have taken measures either to warn you yourself or to make you happy. I blame you not, therefore, however great might have been the relief to know that Laura was unacquainted with feelings that cannot be gratified." "Believe me, my lord," I answered, "I never intended that she should be made acquainted with those feelings, and that the discovery of them was entirely accidental. You will do me the justice, too, I am sure, to feel confident that my opportunities of seeing and conversing with Mademoiselle de Villadin have never been employed to make her forget her duty towards you. On the contrary, our whole thoughts have been turned to the means of overcoming a passion that we felt to be hopeless." "There is but one means, de Juvigny," replied Monsieur de Villadin. "There is but one way out, to part. To know that I am bound to wound my daughter's happiness as well as that of a man I love better than if he were my own son, is bitter enough, but still it must be done. My promise is given, and it must not only be held inviolable, but I must show no hesitation in fulfilling it, no wish to evade its immediate execution. You and Laura must part, de Juvigny, and I am sure that on reflection you will find it is better for both of you to do so at once. I trust, I hope, that this passion has not yet obtained so deep a root in the bosom of either, as not to yield to the power of reason and the effect of time and absence." I shook my head, for I felt that such could not be the case, but at the same time I replied, "It will be better for us to part, I do indeed believe, my lord, for however vain it is to hope that I shall ever forget, yet my stay here serves no good purpose, and only renders myself and her I love more miserable. I am ready to set out, even this very night, if you think fit." "No, no," he said hastily, "not so, my dear boy. You must not quit my dwelling as one in disgrace. That I cannot suffer, especially when I feel that I owe you atonement for having exposed you to so much unhappiness, as well as deep gratitude and affection for all that you have done for me and mine. No, your departure must be as that of a well-beloved son, honoured, esteemed, and regretted, and your fortune must be rendered equal to maintain a high station in society, and to obtain for you a ready acceptance from the friends of any one on whom you may hereafter place your affection." The feelings in my heart were too bitter to permit of my making any reply for some minutes, but I answered at length, "I will appeal to your own heart, my lord, whether those who have loved deeply and truly ever loved twice. But that matters not. In the present instance you must permit me to decline any farther gift. I am proud to believe that, on some occasions, I have rendered your lordship services of some importance, and deeply gratified to find that you value them at a higher rate even than they deserve. But if, as you are pleased to say, you owe me some gratitude, I owe you infinitely more, and though I love you too deeply and too sincerely to offer to restore those things which you formerly bestowed upon me, yet I can accept no more, especially at a moment like this." "I will not press you then now," replied Monsieur de Villadin, "but we are not going to part for ever, de Juvigny, and when we meet again I shall insist upon that which I waive for the present. But tell me, in the meantime, what you intend to do with yourself, for of course my interest in you remains not only unabated, but increased from all that has occurred." "Oh, fear not, my lord," I replied, the bitterness of my heart mastering me in spite of all my efforts, and drawing from me but an ungrateful return for the kindness of Monsieur de Villadin. "Fear not, my lord, I shall do well enough. When I first touched the shores of France my worldly situation was much less brilliant than it is at present, though I had indeed a lighter heart. I have now lands and lordships, and a regiment in the service of the King of France. What need I more?" "I will tell you, de Juvigny," replied Monsieur de Villadin, laying his hand kindly upon my arm, and speaking mildly, though somewhat reproachfully. "I will tell you what you need more than all, a friend and companion, who will soothe your sorrows, will divert your griefs from preying on your own mind, will point out topics of consolation, will persuade you to think well of those who love you, will endeavour to make you feel less acutely what it may be impossible to forget, and, in short, will act towards you in your sorrows the part which you acted towards me in mine. It grieves me that I cannot be the man to do so myself, but if you will follow my advice, you will seek out your friend Lord Masterton, and from all I have ever heard of him, I think you will find one who will take a deep interest in your fate, and feel the most sincere sympathy for all that afflicts you." "No, no, my lord," I replied, "it cannot be. Lord Masterton, happy in his wife and his family, shall not be disturbed by any sorrows of mine; and however selfish it may appear, I must confess that the sight of his domestic tranquillity would but render more painful the consciousness that such a state can never be mine. There is nothing fit for my present frame of mind but solitude. I doubt not that thought and reflection, before I am called upon to resume my duties in the service, will enable me so far to conquer my regrets and disappointment as to permit of my mingling in society without much pain to myself, or any annoyance to others. In the meantime, however, if your lordship will permit me, I will retire either to Juvigny or to Dumont, and spend a month or two there in perfect privacy. My little page Clément will furnish me with society and entertainment enough, and when in the course of time," I added, struggling for as much firmness as I could command, "and when in the course of time the last irremediable seal is put upon the destiny of Mademoiselle de Villadin and myself, as your lordship will probably be left alone from time to time, I shall hope to enjoy your society, when it can be no longer dangerous to myself, or inconsistent with your other arrangements." Without making a reply, Monsieur de Villadin took 2 or 3 turns up and down the library, and then sitting down again, he said, "It is better, de Juvigny, to tell you my determination at once. As my word must be fulfilled, and as I see no object whatever to be gained by delay, I have resolved that Laura shall give her hand to the Count de Laval as soon as it be possible to complete the necessary arrangements." This was certainly a new pang, but I had already borne so much that night that the very habit of suffering enabled me still to endure. I did not think Monsieur de Villadin was wrong. I did think it was even cruel to afford his daughter no time for thought or consideration, no time to compose her feelings, no time to prepare for the future or to forget the past. Of course, however, it was not for me to even suggest an objection, and I merely bowed my head, while Monsieur de Villadin went on. "As soon as the ceremony is over, I will write to you and let you know," he said, "and I hope that from that moment you will be able to come to me and supply the place of the child from whom I am about to part. In the meantime, you must not certainly set off till I have seen you to-morrow. And let me beg you, my dear Juvigny," he added, grasping my hand, "let me beg of you to strive for as much firmness as possible. Remember that, though my honour is dearer to me than life itself, yet I love you better than any other thing, and that to make you happy, I would sacrifice everything but my honour." "I will do my best, my lord," I replied, "both to be and to appear firm, and whatever I now suffer, whatever I may hereafter have to undergo, your kindness and generosity towards me, in these as in all other circumstances, will be the chief consolation and the brightest remembrance that I have left." Thus saying, I rose and turned towards the door, but ere I reached it, the remembrance that Laura knew nothing of what had taken place during that evening, and would expect me at our usual place of meeting, flashed across my mind, and somewhat embarrassed me. However, I could not entertain the thought for a moment of showing the slightest ingratitude or want of confidence to one who had just treated me with so much kindness and feeling, and turning at the door, I again approached Monsieur de Villadin, saying, "You desire me, my lord, not to set out to-morrow ere I have seen you. Will you give me your own directions as to how I am to behave towards Mademoiselle de Villadin?" "I have the most perfect confidence in you, de Juvigny," he replied, "and can have no objection to your having one more interview with her, though of course that must be the last. See her, speak with her, endeavour to console her, use what arguments you may think meet. I rely merely upon your honour to do all that you can to make her yield a willing consent to that arrangement for which her father has plighted his word. You will doubtless find ready means to see her. In these respects, I ask no questions in regard to the past, and for the future I trust entirely, as I have said, to your own honour." We now separated, and returning to my own apartments, I busied myself with thoughts too wild and confused to be remembered and transcribed. I had long seen, and had long known, indeed, that such must be the result of my love for Laura de Villadin. I had long seen that fate could have nothing else in store for me, but yet I do not think that, even if I had been taken totally unprepared, I could have felt more bitterly, more terribly, the agony of sudden disappointment, than I now felt the severing of the last tie between love and hope. If there was anything in the whole which might have proved soothing, if there was anything on which my mind might have rested with pleasure, it was on the noble confidence which Monsieur de Villadin had shown towards me. But even that was not without a pang, and the sting which it inflicted was bitterer than all. For I saw from his conduct now, that had I, when first I discovered the passion that I entertained for his daughter, made him acquainted with it at once, had I, when we were journeying on together toward Paris, poured out my whole feelings into his bosom and confided in him, as perhaps I ought to have done, Laura might still have been mine, and a brighter destiny than ever hope had pictured would have crowned the end of my career. Thus, then, the bitterest regret was added to the most acute disappointment. The cup of happiness had been nearly at my lips. Not knowing what it contained, I had passed it by, and I felt too surely that it would never come within my reach again. I knew that such regrets were useless. I knew that nothing remained for me but to endure. I strove even to acquire strength from despair, but it was all in vain. Regret, disappointment, agony mingled with every thought and every memory and every expectation, and for an hour I strode up and down in a state of mind that I shall not attempt any farther to depict. At the end of that time there was a light tap at my door, and the next moment Laura's maid, Lys, entered the room. My agitation was sufficiently apparent, and would probably have betrayed what had occurred, even had not the soubrette been partially aware before that some sort of discovery had taken place. "Ah, Monsieur le Baron," she said as soon as she saw me, "I see how it is all going. I have been watching all the evening. I have learned enough from the going to and fro to perceive that Monseigneur has discovered it all, and that unless you will follow my advice, you and mademoiselle will be unhappy for ever." "And pray, what is your advice, my good Lys?" I demanded. "The Duke has indeed discovered all, but that makes very little difference in regard to our situation. But say, what is your advice?" "Why, it is simply this," replied the waiting woman, "that you come directly to mademoiselle's chamber, and persuade her to set off with you to Rennes. My good friend, Father Martin, will perform the ceremony, as he promised me he would, not a week ago. D'Aigueville, the notary, will draw up the contract, and for a couple of £1,000 to a priest and a lawyer, you will get the sweetest lady in all Brittany, and the one that loves you best." It is not impossible that, had Monsieur de Villadin said one harsh or unkind word to me, had he treated me with pride or with indignity, he might have lost his daughter, and I, teaching myself to believe that every stratagem is honourable in love, might have embraced the plan which Lys, in her love for the romantic, had laid out, and might have made Laura de Villadin my bride before the next morning. The state of Brittany at that time, and the lax administration of the law, both civil and ecclesiastical, so greatly facilitated any scheme of the kind, that I well knew it was perfectly practicable, but my mind was so completely made up as to the course which I was bound in honour to pursue, the whole of my good feelings were so strongly arrayed against the persuasions of passion, that the proposal made by Lys did not even tempt me for a moment. It was unnecessary, however, to tell her all that had passed, and assuming as much calmness as I could, I replied, "No, no, Lys, such a course is quite unnecessary. Do not agitate your mistress, I beseech you, by telling her that anything has occurred in the château to disturb the usual course of events, but beg her to let me see her to-morrow in the same place in which we have usually met." Lys gazed at me with some surprise. "Will they let you see her, then?" she demanded. "Are you sure of being able to come?" "Quite sure, Lys," I replied. "So tell her what I bid you, and take this ring," I added, giving her one that I had bought in Paris, "and keep it as a remembrance of me hereafter." "It is a very pretty ring," replied Lys, taking it, "and I will keep it for your sake with all my heart. But nevertheless, I would much rather that you had given another of a different kind to my mistress this very night. However, I suppose, Monsieur le Baron, you know your own business best, and so I shall meddle no more." Thus saying, Lys took her leave, and left me to pass as miserable a night as ever wretch yet spent on the face of this earth. End of chapter 35. Section 32 of The Little Ball of Fire by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. Sleep was not to be obtained, and I was up long before the dawn. All the château was dark and silent, but as it was in vain to seek that blessed forgetfulness which only falls upon the eyes of toil or happiness, I dressed myself, notwithstanding the obscurity, and throwing back the casement, gazed out upon the dim and silent world that lay chill and vague in the fresh depths of an autumnal night. A heavy dew was falling, spreading a sort of whitish-grey mist over the woods and falls of ground around the Pré Vallée, but the sky above was quite clear, and 1,000 bright calm stars were looking out, like the eyes of angels watching the dark scene of man's melancholy pilgrimage. The ground mist, however, and the nearer masses of dark trees, and the spangled heaven, were the only objects I could see as I looked forth, while my ear caught no sound but a light wind stirring the leaves, and the faint murmur of the river, whose rarely heard voice showed the profound stillness of everything else around. Still I gazed out, though it was upon vacancy, for the fresh night air, as it bathed my feverish brow, seemed to cool the burning of my brain, and quell the fiery thoughts that were passing within. For near an hour I continued leaning upon my arm in the deep aperture of the window, revolving things which took perhaps a more melancholy but a less frenzied form as the calmness of the night sunk down into my soul. At length another sound seemed added to the whisper of the air and the murmur of the stream, and I fancied that some early shepherd was leading his flock betimes to the pasture of the neighbouring meadows. But presently I heard a distinct step, which seemed to proceed from beneath a group of trees at about 10 yards from the terrace, under which a walk wound along towards the river, and accustomed as I was to mark the slightest noise, I at once concluded that it was the footfall of some one who, in walking along beneath the elms, had crossed the gravel. The next moment, as the step lighted on the turf again, I lost the sound, but almost at the same time 2 figures came a little forward, which paused under the branches of the trees. Had it been any other kind of night than that which it was, I could not have distinguished the 2 strangers from the ground behind them, but beyond the trees was a deep slope of ground in which the mist had gathered, white and heavy, and against it both the trunks of the elms and the forms of the men beneath their branches were clearly marked out, though of course it was still impossible to recognise their persons. I have before remarked that neither M. de Villadin nor any of his household were, generally speaking, matutinal in their habits, and it struck me as extraordinary that any of the servants should show themselves such very early risers as to be out and walking in the woods nearly an hour before daybreak. But I soon found, from the proceedings of the 2 men who had caught my attention, that they were none of the inmates of the château. They paused for several minutes under the trees, gazing up at the building and scanning every part of it attentively. They spoke too in a low voice, but it was impossible from the distance to hear what they said, though I could distinctly see one of them raise his arm and point to the part of the château in which Laura's apartments lay. My own chambers, as I believe I have before said, were situated in the tower forming a sort of wing to the westward of the other buildings, and in the foot of the tower was a door which opened at once from the terrace to the staircase which led up to my apartments, to the rooms above them, and to the corridor communicating with the rest of the house. At the end of a few minutes the 2 men advanced leisurely to the terrace, and mounting the steps approached the base of the château, seeming carefully to examine the principal door, from which, however, they turned again immediately, and came towards the foot of the tower, through one of the windows of which I was watching them. As I was now not above 10 or 12 feet above the spot where they stood, I could hear more distinctly what passed between them, and, to speak the truth, they were conversing with a sort of cool and confident nonchalance, which showed that they either cared not who listened, or had no fear of being overheard. "I have known this one left open for nights together," said one as they approached the door beneath my windows. "But if it were, you would not go in?" replied the other. "Not to-night, certainly," said the first again. "But if we found that it is still usually open, we could easily come back strong enough to do what we liked." "Ay," answered his companion, "but would the priest do his part under such circumstances? I heard him promise to marry them if they came willingly, but—" "Give him 1,000 francs more, and he will do anything," interrupted the first. "I would coin my very blood to do it." "It will be a glorious booty, to be sure," was the sort of meditative reply. "But, after all, I think we may fall upon a better plan. We should find it difficult to muster sufficient hands. However, if we once get hold of her, we will easily find means to make marriage the best thing she can do." "Oh, no fear of that," answered the other, and after a few words more that I could not distinguish, they tried the door at the foot of the tower, and finding it locked, retrod their steps across the terrace. For a moment or two they again paused under the elms, and once more scrutinised every part of the building, and then turning through the dell behind, they were immediately lost to my sight. What could be their purpose? Was my first question, and though I certainly could not find a probable answer, yet one fact was evident: their purpose, whatever it was anything but good. How it might be obviated became the next consideration, and as I was about to quit the vicinity for a long time, and did not choose to be suspected of any wish to linger, I saw that the only thing which remained for me to do was to inform Monsieur de Villadin of the facts, and set him upon his guard. As I reflected, however, I saw that I might find no fitting opportunity for putting my intention in execution the next morning, and in all that I was about to suffer, it appeared not improbable that I should forget it altogether. While it was fresh in my mind then, I determined to write it down, and leave it for the Duke at my departure, and having struck a light, I thus occupied myself till the day mingled its purer beams with the yellow glare of my lamp. Thinking that if Laura had heard of any of the events which had taken place during the preceding evening, she might be at our rendezvous earlier than usual, I set out as soon as the sun was fully risen, and with a wavering step and beating heart took my way to the trees at which we usually met. Casting myself down upon the dewy grass, I waited her arrival, and bitter were the feelings which filled the next half hour. About to part with her for ever, about to resign her to the arms of another, all her loveliness and all her gentleness seemed heightened 1,000-fold by the power of regret. Nor were my feelings entirely selfish; at least, if they were so, they strove hard to clothe themselves in a garb of disinterestedness. If she could be happy herself, I thought, half my sorrow would be removed. But to know that my own misery implies hers also, and that she, like me, is destined to a life of sorrow and disappointment, is too painful. At our usual time of meeting she came, and Lys remained by the bank of the stream, within call, but out of hearing of any ordinary tone. I saw at once that Laura was unaware of any change, and her first words were an affectionate comment upon my pale and haggard looks. I would have given worlds that she had known the whole before we met, for oh, how terrible it was to break to her the approaching end of our communion for ever. How I did it I can scarcely tell, but her grief and agony were far more fearful than ever I had anticipated. At that moment of bitter sorrow, all the treasure of her heart was poured forth. She had no reserve, she had no coldness, and with her weeping face buried in my bosom, she told me how long and how dearly she had loved me, and traced, in words that only served to render me more miserable, the growth of her affection for me, from her infancy to that hour. I did all that I could, without appearing indifferent or unkind, to calm her and to persuade her that no course was left either for her or me but to obey the commands of her father, and while I told her how deep was my love, how acute was my grief, and how eternal would be my regret, I besought her to forgive me, and to strive for happiness, or at least tranquillity, in the only way in which it could be obtained. "De Juvigny," she cried, clasping her beautiful hands, "I will so far obey my father as never to dream of marrying you without his consent, but I can love none other. My heart is given, and for ever, and I will never perjure myself by vowing to love any man, when I know and feel that I cannot do so. No, De Juvigny, no, there is a higher duty than even that to my parent, and it cannot be violated. When I looked upon my husband, I should think of you, and I should hate him because he was not you. I should drown his house with tears, and show him every hour that I loved another. No, de Juvigny, no, she cried, starting up. I will fly to my father this instant. I will tell him all and everything. I will show him the consequences of what he is about to do, and I will entreat him to spare me at least the last and worst part of his will. As she spoke she turned, and ere I could even attempt to stay her, she darted away like lightning, all bathed in tears, to cast herself at her father's feet, and implore him to change a purpose which I knew too well to be interchangeable. Lys, who saw her pass, followed quick, and I more slowly, feeling that she had herself put an end to our last interview, and that it could never be renewed. Passing by the door of Monsieur de Villadin's chamber, which was not entirely closed, I heard her voice, mingled with sobs, still entreating her father to yield his resolution. I knew, however, that she would entreat in vain. I knew, too, that means would be found after my departure to soothe her, and to persuade her to acquiesce in the views which had been formed for her by her father, and feeling that to linger longer than necessary was but to inflict additional pain upon her, upon myself, and upon Monsieur de Villadin, I summoned my servants, bade them prepare my horses and baggage immediately, and seeking out little Clément de la Marque, I told him that I was about to set off for Dumont, if he were willing to accompany me. Any change is generally delightful to youth, and the boy, catching at the proposal with rapture, flew to make ready for the journey, while I returned to my chamber to give the last thoughts to all the agonizing pangs of my present situation. Scarcely had I entered it, however, when I was followed by Monsieur de Villadin. He was pale and much agitated, but nevertheless he did not fail to remark, with his usual kindness, the change which had been wrought in my appearance by the passing of the last 12 painful hours. "You are sadly altered, de Juvigny," he said, "and this unfortunate business will be the destruction of us all, if it be not speedily brought to a conclusion. At present it is vain arguing with Laura, but I need not tell you that at any sacrifice my word must be kept. After you are gone, I trust we shall be able to calm her and bring her to reason, but in the meantime, for the sake of everyone, it will be better for us to part immediately." "My lord," I replied, "I am ready at this moment, and my servants have orders to lose not an instant in their preparations. In less than half an hour the horses will be on the terrace, and before night I trust to be at Dumont. In the meanwhile, allow me to give you this letter, which I wrote to you during the night, fearing that I might not have an opportunity of speaking with you on the subject ere I set out." He took it with somewhat of an anxious glance, as if he feared that it might inflict upon him some new pain connected with the matter which was uppermost in all our thoughts, but I hastened to relieve him. "It refers, my lord," I continued, "to something which I observed last night while looking out of the window to pass away the time, as I was not inclined to sleep, and which I felt myself bound to make you acquainted with, lest any evil should occur during my absence." Monsieur de Villadin tore open the letter and read its contents. "It is strange enough," he said, when he had concluded. "It is certainly strange enough, but we are a great deal too strong in numbers to fear any violence, although I hear that 2 or 3 people have been plundered in the neighbourhood of Saint-Aubin, and that Monsieur de Vin himself was shot at in riding through the forest. However, I will be upon my guard. And now, my dear boy, you must promise to let me hear from you continually, as my affection towards you is anything but decreased by all that has happened. Let me trust that your affection towards me remains unimpaired likewise, though you may be the sufferer. No one knows better than myself that the human mind can do but little to master affliction and overcome the emotions of the heart, but still it can do something, and I am sure that, for all our sakes, you will exert yourself to the utmost to conquer the effects of sorrow and disappointment." I made no reply, for I knew too well how little one can calculate upon one's own powers in moments of passion or despair. Almost as he had done speaking, one of my servants came in to inform me that the horses were prepared, and that everything was ready to set out. My heart was too full to take leave of any one, and merely clasping Monsieur de Villadin's hand for one moment in my own, I descended as rapidly as possible to the terrace. I found Father Ferdinand at the door, embracing little Clément de la Marque before his departure. Old Jérôme, the major domo, and a great many of the servants and attendants were standing round, grave and sad, and evidently aware that something unpleasant had occurred to cause my sudden departure. My own 3 servants, booted and spurred, stood holding the horses in front of the house, and as my eye glanced accidentally over the windows, I saw that many a person was watching to see me set out, though I was afraid of looking farther, lest I should behold what might overcome my resolution. Saying a few words to Father Ferdinand, I walked direct toward my horse, but as I was going to mount I found that Monsieur de Villadin himself, anxious to deprive my situation of any unnecessary pain, had followed me out to take leave of me in the kindest manner before all those who were looking on. Laying his hand upon my arm, as I was just about to put my foot in the stirrup, he embraced me affectionately, saying, "Heaven bless you, my dear boy. Let me hear from you directly." He then turned and patted the head of little Clément de la Marque, wishing him a safe journey, and then looked round again to me, with an anxious and even hesitating glance, as if he would fain have yielded all, and forbidden my departure. I felt that I could bear no more, and leaping into the saddle I struck my horse with the spur, and galloped away from the Pré Valais and the many dear objects that it contained. Those who have lost all that was nearest to their heart on earth may judge what were my feelings for the first 10 miles. It were useless to detail all that I experienced. The bitter disappointment, the burning regret, the swelling of the sad heart, the fire of the agitated brain. I have spoken of it all too much already, and besides it is impossible to give any idea of sensations which I do not believe that many can feel, and which those who can feel must know that it is impossible to relate. My thoughts in regard to Laura were, indeed, a wild chaos of everything painful and distressing, without form or consistency. Towards Monsieur de Villadin, however, my feelings were more clearly denned, and, notwithstanding all that I suffered, I did full justice to the noble and generous conduct which he had displayed towards me. I saw and felt even then that his kindness, that his generous sympathy, under the painful circumstances in which I was placed, would, at some future period, when time should have softened the pangs that it could never cure, become one of the sweetest memories of my after years, and bind me to that noble-hearted man by a tie that could never be broken. I saw, too, examining his behaviour, that the memory of all he himself had felt had greatly influenced his conduct. It was the same noble spirit which, moved by passion and by the arts of others to absolute madness, had in former days caused his own wretchedness and misery, that now, divested of any personal passion, softened and purified by long years of sorrow and regret, led him to sympathise deeply and sincerely with 2 hearts which he was bound by an obligation he could not violate to tear asunder. His unshaken kindness, the generous confidence that he had reposed in me, which was the more touching from his heart not being naturally a confiding one, the sympathy he had shown, the allowances he had made, all affected me much, and although I could not but think he was wrong in not permitting Laura to decide for herself, though I thought that no promise could bind a father to use absolute compulsion with his child, yet his conduct towards myself left me without a word to say, and made me love him the more deeply, even while he inflicted the most bitter of disappointments. These were the only alleviating feelings which my heart experienced as I rode on towards Dumont. All the rest was bitterness itself, and although I had by this time made up my mind to the belief that it would be criminal to expose myself to danger in a greater degree now than I would have done upon another occasion, yet I acknowledge that I was in that frame of mind in which death would have been a relief, and that I should have blessed the hand which took a life that I looked upon as a prolongation of misery through a long and tedious series of years. Such were my thoughts as I rode through a part of the forest in which Monsieur de Villadin had told me that some outrages had lately been committed, and I could not help feeling that, if a chance shot from some of the plunderers that still infested the country were to lay me low, it would be but a happy termination of sufferings to which I now saw no end. Death, however, has his own appointed time, and as it is vain to fly from him, so also is it vain to seek him ere the moment be come. Nothing disturbed me on my journey, no sign of marauders was visible as I rode along, not a creature did I meet with but a forester with his axe upon his shoulder, and a thin priest riding quickly along on his ambling palfrey. Such were the only sights which I saw in the forest, except the tall trees and the yellow banks, and the jays fluttering and chattering from bough to bough. Sombre and silent as was every feeling in my bosom, my little page Clement endeavoured in vain to seduce me into conversation while we rode along, but still nothing could repress the joy of his heart, and indeed no small delight did he seem to experience at the idea of revisiting Dumont, and the scenes in which I had first found him, of all which he had preserved the most perfect recollection, and for which he seemed to entertain a peculiar regard. After riding about 20 miles, we paused to refresh our horses, and remembering that the boy's frame was not so strong as my own, I asked him if he were fatigued, and would like to remain for the night at the auberge where we had made our halt. But he declared eagerly that he was not tired in the least, and that he had much rather proceed to Dumont as fast as possible. After a short repose, then, we resumed our journey, and reached the place of our destination before night. One or two female servants who had remained in the château soon put my apartments in order, but still about the whole place there was that air of chilly solitude which every house gains by being left long unoccupied. My own heart had no gay feelings to cheer or enliven it. All the memories associated with every object around me were of the most gloomy and painful description. The sere leaves of autumn were upon every tree, a dull covering of grey vapour veiled the brightness of the sky, a sharp parching wind was blowing the clouds of dust down the dim deserted avenues of the park, while the closed windows of the greater part of the building spoke the want of inhabitants, and the aspect of everything harmonized too well with the dark and sombre thoughts that crowded my own bosom. I have felt pain and anxiety and misery at different periods of my life, but I never, throughout the whole range of remembrance, can call to mind having experienced such deep despondency as on that night of my arrival at Dumont. End of chapter 36. Section 33 of The Little Ball of Fire by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37. The greatest blessing that could befall me under such circumstances as I have described was sleep procured by great corporeal exhaustion. I had not closed an eye the night before. I had slept but little on those that preceded it, and now a ride of 40 miles without having taken any sort of refreshment had greatly wearied me. When I lay down to seek repose then, I found it, and though it was far from that sweet, calm slumber which I had known in former years, yet still it was a relief. The first part of the night I was tormented with dreams, and more than once I started up and found myself, ere I was well awake, laying my hand upon my sword, which I had cast down by my bedside on going to rest. Less disturbed repose, however, came with the morning, and when I awoke I found that the sun had risen more than an hour. I was glad that it was so, for my days were without object, and my waking hours were sure to be hours of pain. Nevertheless, it must not be supposed that I abandoned myself weakly to thoughts which were only calculated to unnerve my mind, or that I determined purposely to cultivate the feelings which made life so bitter. Far from it. I knew indeed that those thoughts and those feelings would engross my heart and mind, by whatever means or devices I might attempt to banish them. But at the same time I resolved to do all that lay within my power, to turn my attention to other things, and to occupy myself with studies and pursuits that might give me relief. I laid out many a plan for the day, so as, if possible, to leave not a moment vacant for regret and sorrow to intrude themselves upon me. In the first place, I thought I would read for a couple of hours, and then I would trace down the bank of the stream to the spot where the unhappy Duchess de Villadin had perished, and then I would ride out to Juvigny, and, seeing Jacques Marlowe, would examine all that was passing on the estate, and by planning with him every improvement I could think of, would endeavour to furnish occupation for many succeeding days. In my very first attempt, however, I found how foolish it was to make such calculations. There stood the little library which had been given to me by Father Ferdinand, and certainly it contained many a book which might have afforded matter for instruction, consolation, and amusement. But I took down one after another and attempted to read in vain. My eyes wandered over the lines, my hands turned the pages. I caught now and then the sense of a sentence or a paragraph, but upon the whole I was reading without understanding, and 9 times out of 10 I could not have told whether the words were French or Latin or Arabic. Fancying that it was something dry and dull in the nature of the good priest's election which prevented me from attending, I went down to the great library, caused the windows to be thrown open, and chose whatever I thought was most likely to attract and please me. But it was still the same. Replacing the books, I determined not to attempt to read till my mind was more calm, and in the meantime, by combining corporeal with mental occupation, to force my thoughts from the channel in which they were so strongly disposed to flow. I now remembered that I had not seen my little page during the morning, and on inquiry found that he had gone out by daybreak, and had not yet returned. He was probably gone to Juvigny. Old Marguerite, who had been helping me in the library, observed. But when last he had been there with Father Ferdinand, she said, the boy had never been absent from that place. Indeed, he seemed as fond of that fellow Jacques Marlowe as if he were his own father. He might be so, too, she added, for aught that ever she could discover. But the boy was a pretty boy, too, and not like that ugly cockney scapegrace. In despite of all my gloom, and the spite of the old woman towards my poor acquaintance Jacques Marlowe, made me smile for a moment, and taking my hat, I ordered my horses to be ready in an hour, and walked out to the banks of the stream, in order to see whether the second occupation which I had laid out for myself would be attended with more success than the first. But my walk was in every respect a melancholy one, as indeed I might well have anticipated, had I allowed myself to judge as rationally of my own feelings and their associations as I should have done had the case been that of another. My first halt was at the spot where I had rescued poor Laura from the fatal stream that afterwards swept away her unhappy mother. And as I stood and gazed upon the river, I could not but think how much misery would have been saved us had the dull and sullen water that rolled deep and dark before me taken us both for ever to its silent bosom. Memory, too, exerted all her power, and I could see before the mind's eye the dear girl I loved, in all the smiling happiness of infant joy, ran bounding on to meet me, as she had appeared the moment before she fell into the stream. I recalled, too, as vividly as if it had just passed, the heartfelt gladness with which I had grasped her fairy form in the midst of the waters, and the sort of triumphant joy with which I had held her up, rescued, towards those who watched us from the brink. I remembered it all as if it had been a thing of yesterday, but I remembered at the same moment my existing situation, and the bitter comment of the present on the past poured like a torrent upon my heart, and almost drowned out hope for ever. I turned away, for in the state of my feelings I would rather have rested in spots the associations of which were painful in themselves, than in those where happy memories formed a dreadful contrast with present misery. I turned away then, and walked slowly on to the broken bridge, which remained still unrepaired, and was exactly in the state in which it had been left on the night of Madame de Villadin's death, except that a quantity of green mould and many coloured lichens had grown over the broken woodwork, telling how many years had passed since the fall of the rest had taken place. Grief, however, finds matter to increase its own stores in everything, and when I thought of Madame de Villadin's unhappy fate, of her affection for her husband so terribly repaid, of his love for her proving a source of the bitterest anguish to himself, and of all the fearful scenes which I had witnessed and in which I had taken a part, I began to think, without feeling my own unhappiness relieved in the least by the belief, I began to think that the whole world and every state and station in it were full of misery to the overflowing, that each feeling, virtuous or vicious, was alike prolific of sorrow, and that the only happy being on the earth was the stoic or the anchorite, the pure egotist or the mindless fool. If I went out gloomy, I returned home more gloomy still, and mounting my horse, which was by this time prepared, I rode back to Juvigny, and entered the house which I had lent to Jacques Marlot. The good farmer was out, but Madame Marlot, who now presented the very possible image of the bonne fermière, adorned with fine white muslin, a profusion of lace, and manifold gold ornaments, received me at the gate and gave me ocular proof of her husband's increasing prosperity. My visit had evidently been expected, and on inquiring for my little page I was informed that he had been there since an early hour in the morning, but had gone out upon his rounds with Jacques Marlot, who would return with him directly. The ci-devant printer was not long in making his appearance, and I soon found from his manner that little Clement had informed him that some events had lately occurred to render my mind not attuned to the pleasantries with which he was wont to treat me. He was consequently grave and calm, and though an occasional little drop of acid humour would mix with what he said, yet our conversation passed much as a matter of business, and highly approving of my intention of making improvements, he went over my 2 farms with me, pointing out all that he thought might be done. We thus planned a new road, and a number of plantations, and having provided employment for myself for several days in inspecting the progress of the workmen, I returned to Dumont, feeling that at all events I had found an occupation which would distract some of my thoughts from the more painful theme. Day after day I returned to Juvigny, and carrying on several operations at one time, I had an opportunity of diversifying my amusement, thus waging a sort of incessant war against thought. As soon as I found that painful ideas were obtruding upon me, I changed my place at once, and went to the workmen engaged in some other undertaking, and thanks to their blessed stupidity I always discovered some matter to set right, or some mistake to rectify. Thus passed my days for more than a fortnight, and though the long dull evenings were still terrible, yet the occupation of my thoughts during the hours of light was in itself a great relief. My little page, wild as the winds, left me almost entirely to myself, and although it had been a part of my plan to fill up my vacant time by pursuing the task of his education, yet my mind was not equal to it, and I soon found that I could not bend my thoughts to the subject with sufficient application to do him any good or myself either. Thus from nightfall to midnight my hours were generally spent in walking up and down the great library, sometimes forcing myself to read for a few minutes, but generally giving full course to the thoughts which I contrived to avoid, more or less, during the day. At length, however, a messenger arrived from the Pré-Valet, bringing me letters, which again rendered every effort to occupy my mind perfectly vain. The first was from Monsieur de Villadin, was full of the kindest and most affectionate language, but it went on to inform me that the Count de Laval had arrived at the château, and that his marriage was fixed for that day week. Feeling it necessary to inform me of the fact, and yet knowing that every word upon the subject was a dagger in my heart, Monsieur de Villadin wrote as briefly upon it as possible, simply telling me the bare facts, and then adding, "Laura is calm." The next was a letter from Father Ferdinand, but it was more full, more interesting, and yet more painful. I give it, therefore, as it was, so far at least as translation can render it. My dear son, although Monsieur de Villadin has written to you himself, I feel it necessary to address you also as one who loves you sincerely, and whose wishes are all for your future welfare and happiness. In the first place, however, let me say, that although I doubt not you may think I outstepped my duty, and interfered, perhaps cruelly, in informing the Duke of the mutual affection which existed between Laura and yourself, yet I had an undoubted right to do so, founded on circumstances which you do not know, but which shall one day be explained to you. In other respects, some words that I once let drop, which might tend to encourage your passion, still rest upon my conscience, but my error in having spoken them is attributable, in some degree, to Monsieur de Villadin himself, who did not inform me, as he ought to have done at an earlier period, that he had promised the hand of his daughter to another. The future husband of Laura de Villadin is now here, and while I acknowledge my regret that in every respect he does not resemble yourself, yet he seems a noble and dignified man, with whom I trust she will find peace, if not happiness. The day of marriage is fixed for this day week, and beyond all doubt it will then take place. Laura is calm and composed, and her mind appears made up to her fate, but at the same time it is useless to dissemble that she suffers much. In speaking thus, my son, I have the utmost reliance on those good principles which I have marked with pleasure daily taking firmer root in your bosom, and on those generous feelings which I have often seen make you prefer the happiness of others to your own. I know that man can hardly love woman better than you love her, who is now about to become the wife of another, and I believe that your love for her will not decay, but I believe at the same time that her tranquillity and peace of mind will ever be your first desire, and on this ground I entreat, I beseech, I command you never to see her after her marriage, till long years have calmed and softened feelings that are now too vehement for control. If indeed you do love her sincerely, such will be your course, and the blessing of a quiet conscience, and the knowledge of having acted nobly under the most trying circumstances, will follow such conduct, and cannot fail to assuage your grief. Ere long I shall again see you, at least if you remain at Dumont, for as soon as the marriage is over, Monsieur de Villadin and all his family set out for Paris. On the same day I leave the Pré Valais for Rennes, where I shall spend but 3 days in necessary business, and will then join you. I hope to give you consolation, and at all events to be enabled to afford you some support under the bitter disappointment which you suffer. From these circumstances, and knowing how painful all the details must be to you, I shall not write again till we meet, and in the meantime may God bless and comfort you, and give you strength and wisdom and faith to bear the dispensation of his will without murmurs or repining. The effect of these letters upon my mind may be conceived. No occupation now took any hold upon my thoughts, and the whole of the next week was spent in wandering about in a state of despairing wretchedness that made me almost think the use of my reason would abandon me. I read over and over again the letters which conveyed to me the intelligence of the near approach of my beloved Laura's marriage to another, and instead of feeling soothed by the terms of affection and consolation which they contained, every word served but to irritate me, and to aggravate my grief. Cruel, cruel did it seem to me to force the poor unhappy girl into a union from which her heart revolted, without giving her time even to prepare her mind by thought, or by contemplation to habituate her ideas to a change of situation and of duties which implied the sacrifice of her heart's first and strongest affection. Bitterly in my own breast did I upbraid Monsieur de Villadin for the haste with which he proceeded. Bitterly also did I upbraid Father Ferdinand for not using all his influence to obtain at least a delay of some weeks or months. From what had fallen from Monsieur de Villadin when last I saw him, I had certainly anticipated that the marriage would take place much sooner than he had at first determined, but never did I think that only 3 short weeks would be allowed for Laura to cast me from her heart, and to summon resolution to plight her faith to another, and the agony of mind that I knew she would suffer, as may well be supposed, added not a little to my own. Often was I tempted to act now, as I most certainly should have acted in former years, to hasten to the Prévalet, and exerting all the influence that I possessed over her mind, to persuade her to escape from the trammels which they sought to impose upon her, and uniting her fate to mine for ever, fly to some distant land, where we might spend the rest of our days in peace. But still a sense of honour and gratitude made me pause and doubt, till the fatal day at length arrived, and I saw the sun rise and set, that was to seal my fate and hers for ever. As it sunk below the verge of the horizon, and the grey, deep night came on, the struggle between duty and passion was over, and nothing remained but despair. My heart was like a field of battle, from which a fierce and fearful strife had passed away, and had left behind nothing but mourning and death. Shutting myself up in my own chamber, I cast myself down on my bed without undressing, and many an hour passed over my head, uncounted and unmarked, in a sort of dreary stupor, which was in everything the reverse of sleep. Far from being a suspension of thought, it was the rushing of painful ideas through my brain in such crowded multitudes that all individual form and distinctness was lost. At length the faint grey light told me that it was dawn, and springing from my bed, with an impulse that I could not resist, I woke the groom and told him to saddle me my stoutest horse, determined to seek the Prévalet. They are all gone by this time, I thought. The house is lonely and desolate, like my own heart, and I may at least be permitted to see the spot where last she trod. In a few minutes the horse was at the door, and the servants, gazing anxiously upon me, asked whether they might not accompany me. I replied somewhat harshly, no, and springing into the saddle, shook my bridle rein, and galloped off towards Rennes. My gallant horse, which had borne me through many a battlefield, now carried me stoutly on, and as if he felt the same eagerness which swelled in my own heart, slackened not his pace for many a mile. As I rode through the forest I heard some distant voices, but my heart and my brain were both too full for me to give any attention to external objects, and the sounds fell upon my ear unheard, but not unnoticed. About 6 miles more brought me to the first woods of the Prévalet, and in a few moments I was standing amongst the tall trees and beside the lonely grave of turf, where Laura and myself had been accustomed to meet. I gazed sternly on the spot for a few moments, calling up all the memories which thronged around it, and torturing my own heart with every thought which could render my feelings more bitter. Tying my horse to a branch of a tree, I walked slowly on towards the house, expecting to find it nearly deserted. But I was surprised, when I approached the terrace, to see a number of grooms and servants, apparently busy in their usual occupations. The sight startled me, and drawing rapidly back I escaped through the garden, in order to regain my horse without being seen. For unless the whole household had departed, to enter the Prévalet at such a moment of course never crossed my thoughts. I now passed quickly through the garden, and was turning towards the door at the other side, when I suddenly heard a low voice calling after me, "Hist! Hist! Monsieur le Baron!" And looking round, I beheld old Jerome, the major domo, pursuing me as fast as his somewhat feeble limbs would permit. I turned towards him, and bade him follow to some place where we should not be observed, but he replied, "Oh, there is no fear here. They are all gone out, and will be too tired before they return to come walking in the garden." There were 1,000 questions that I could have wished to ask, but they died away on my lips, and had not the old man been as eager to tell as I was to hear, I should have gained no tidings. "You have heard the news, sir?" he said. "You have heard the news?" "I have heard nothing, Jerome," I replied, "excepting that the family was to quit the Prévalet yesterday, which is the sole cause of my being here to-day." "Well, then, you have not heard," continued the old man, with a smile of evident satisfaction brightening up his features. "You have not heard that the marriage is delayed, and Lise declares she is sure it will not take place at all." I thought I should have fallen down dead at his feet, so sudden was the change from despair to hope. And now, being more anxious than ever to hear him to an end uninterrupted, I beckoned him out of the gardens, and leading the way towards the grave of the Count de Mesnil, in which direction I knew Monsieur de Villadin would not venture, I besought him to tell me all that had occurred. He began his story with a long tirade against my rival, whose person and deportment seemed equally to have fallen under the old man's disapprobation. I cut short his details, however, concerning the Count de Laval, telling him that I knew him, and that he need not describe him, and he then went on to relate the events which had occurred within the last week. "Just 5 days ago," he said, "when we all thought the marriage was to take place as yesterday, Mademoiselle, as many of us had fancied she would, fell ill, and several physicians were sent for from Rennes. The 2 who came, I hear from Lys, declared that she was ill in body because she was ill in mind, and that Monsieur de Villadin or Father Ferdinand must be her physicians, as they could do nothing for her. Both the Duke and the priest went to her immediately, and Lys was sent away, so that she heard nothing more. At length, however, it seems that she obtained permission to see the Count herself, and to tell him all she felt, for he was admitted to her chamber, and while Lys stood at one end of the room, held a long conversation with our young lady at the other. What it was all about Lys did not hear, though she very well guessed, but as the Count was going away, he said aloud, 'As you desire it, madam, I will certainly speak with the good father, though I do not think he can tell me anything which I do not know before. But at all events rest satisfied that, after the confidence you have placed in me, I will do nothing ungenerous.' From all this Lys augured well, but what between agitation and terror and fatigue, my young lady fainted 7 or 8 times within the hour, after the Count had left her, and at length Lys was obliged to call the Duke and other people to her assistance, as she could not bring Mademoiselle to herself again, and for some time everyone thought she was dead. As soon as she had recovered, she was told that at the desire of the Count himself the marriage would be put off for a month, and from that moment she began to get better rapidly. The same evening I saw the Count walking with Father Ferdinand for nearly 3 hours, and I always thought that news had been sent to you, for I know that a messenger was dispatched that night to Dumont without the knowledge of Monsieur de Villadin." "He never came," I exclaimed. "I never saw him. I never heard of his arrival." "That is very strange," said the old man, "for he certainly went, and as certainly returned early yesterday morning. However, yesterday Mademoiselle was quite well again, but all the preparations for the marriage have been done away. The Count seems very respectful and kind to my young lady. Lys, who knows better about it than anyone, appears more happy, and everyone thinks that the marriage will not take place at all. To-day all went out early, with the carriage and a few horsemen, but they have not returned yet, though Monseigneur said that he would be back before noon, and it is now nearly 3 o'clock. The relief that all these tidings gave me was almost too great to bear with any degree of firmness. I could have wept for very joy, and yet so strange, so unexpected was the whole, that I scarcely dared suffer myself to entertain the hopes which good old Jerome was so anxious to supply. The marriage, I thought, might indeed be delayed. Laura's entreaties and illness might have obtained for her some compassion, but if the character which I had heard of the Count de Laval were correct, he was not a man to yield easily the hand of the richest heiress in France, or to suffer what he would consider her childish passion for another ultimately to break through the positive engagements which her father had entered into with himself. Such thoughts, of course, tended to calm my joy, and to moderate my expectations, but still the flame of hope was again lighted in my bosom, and infinite indeed was the change which had taken place in all my feelings since I had left Dumont at break of day. Numberless, however, were still the questions which I had to ask of the old man, for the slightest particular, the most accidental trait in the events which had occurred, was of course calculated to raise up or cast down my new-found hopes, and was in itself interesting from its connection with the fate and happiness of Laura de Villadin. Thus, with slow and interrupted steps, we were proceeding in the direction which I have mentioned, sometimes pausing to ask a question or to receive a reply, sometimes stopping short to think over all that I had heard, and to try to discover what was really the state of the case from the broken information which Jerome could alone afford me, when suddenly, a little way ere we reached the spot where I had left my charger, the sound of a horse's feet coming rapidly down the neighbouring avenue made me hasten behind some thick hawthorn bushes to avoid observation. Jerome, however, remained where he was, and I could hear from my place of concealment the horse stop when it reached him, some hasty conversation take place, and then the voice of the old man calling me, "For God's sake, to come up!" I did so at once, and as I emerged from the trees was not a little surprised to perceive the person conversing with the old major domo was a woman dressed in the habit of a Breton paysanne, and mounted on a good horse which she had not quitted, but was speaking as she sat, with all the eager gesticulation of passion and energy. The next moment she turned towards myself, and what was my astonishment as she did so to behold Suzette, the former maid of Madame de Villadin, and the wife of Gaspard de Belleville. End of chapter 37. Section 34 of The Little Ball of Fire by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. My surprise at beholding Suzette in a place where she knew that nothing but abhorrence and contempt would attend her, made me pause for a single instant, but she remarked the delay, and exclaimed loudly, "Why do you delay? Quick, quick! If you are the man you used to be, quick, and save them, or you may come too late." "Save whom?" I demanded, still more astonished. "What do you mean, Suzette? You look wild and haggard. What is it brings you here?" "I am wild," she answered. "I am haggard. And how can it be otherwise? I that have not closed an eye these 7 nights, watching the machinations of 2 base villains who, to revenge themselves on you and yours, would sacrifice me too, and leave me to die of grief and rage, so that they might enrich themselves with the spoils of those they hate. But I am babbling. If you love the Duke de Villadin, if, John Hall, you love Laura de Villadin, as I know you do, for you have been watched under those trees many a day when you knew not that any one saw you, if you would save her from the shame of wedding that low slave, Gaspard de Belleville—" "Good God!" I cried, "you told me that you were yourself his wife." I did," she cried, "and so I am. But they have taken from me the proofs of my marriage. But mind not that. Hear me, his wife indeed she cannot be. But if you would save her from the shame of marrying him who has another wife still living, follow them as rapidly as you can to the forest. 'Tis but 6 miles. Take the road to Saint Aubin, then choose the 3rd wood track to the right. You will come to a stream. Follow it till you reach the ruins of a water-mill. If you overtake them not before, you will find them at the little chapel under the rocks at the back of the mill. But call your men quickly, and spur as if for life, and you will reach them long ere that, for the carriage was dragging but slowly through the sandy ground. Have I directed you clearly? Can you find the place?" "I know it already," I replied. "I know it already." "Quick, quick, then," she cried. "Seek your followers, mount and be gone." "I wait for none," I answered. "You, Jerome, get every servant in the house on horseback. Send one to Rennes for a troop of the guards. Bring the rest up to the forest like lightning. Suzette, for your soul's peace, lead them direct to the spot. You will find me there, living or dead. Be quick, as you hope for salvation." "I will be quick, as I hope for vengeance," cried Suzette, the deepest passion of her soul breaking forth. "Get you on first, then. You may stay them for a time. We will not be long after. Speed, speed." No time did I lose. My gallant horse stood ready at the foot of the trees not a quarter of a mile distant. The length of the way that he had come had abated but little of his strength, and the short rest he had found had in some degree refreshed him, so that when once I was upon his back he needed neither whip nor spur. My shortest way was across the river, and dashing quick to the brink, I drew the pistols from the holsters to keep them from the water, and with a light touch of the heel made the horse plunge in. The stream, though deep, was slow, and the beast stemmed it gallantly, strained up the opposite bank, and reaching the road, bore me on towards the forest. It was no time to spare his speed, and I urged him on at the full gallop, looking eagerly towards the dark masses of trees that lay at the edge of the cultivated track before me, when suddenly the horse recoiled from some object lying in the road, and I found that though he had borne me amidst hundreds of dead and dying, yet he had drawn back from a single body lying across the road. It was that of one of Monsieur de Villardan's servants, and the attitude in which he lay, as well as the quantity of blood which stained the ground around him, showed plainly that the poor fellow was beyond all further care. Forcing the horse to pass, I galloped on, and soon after entered the wood. Never did I forget the road that once I had seen, and now, although the tidings of Suzette had been vague and confused, I advanced direct towards the scene of my former adventures with the robbers and their good captain Hubert. The wood track which conducted to the small stream was easily found, and riding on as fast as I could go, I soon reached the river. Here the first object that presented itself was the carriage of Monsieur de Villardan, overturned in the deep sandy break of the banks that led to the little ford. The horses, however, had been taken off, and the carriage was left alone, so that it was evident that the accident must have happened some time before. But as I was now within a quarter of a mile of the mill, though it was concealed from my sight by the windings of the stream, I determined to dismount, and pursue the rest of the way on foot, knowing that if my single hand could do any service to my poor Laura or her father, it would be by caution and surprise. Again fastening my horse to a tree, and placing the pistols in my girdle, I hastened forward till I caught a sight of the mill, but although I could distinguish a number of horses standing tied together round the building, no human being was to be seen. Onward I went, however, well aware how much a desperate man may do against many, although he be single-handed, and I soon heard voices apparently at a short distance through the wood, to the right. I had never seen the chapel of which Suzette had spoken, but taking the voices for my guide, I crept through the trees as quickly but as silently as possible, trying to repress the eager haste of my heart, by remembering the absolute necessity of caution as well as determination. A moment after, the voices sounded much nearer, and I caught a glance through the trees of the head and shoulders of an armed man standing with his back towards me, and apparently speaking vehemently to some other persons whom I could not see. Here I was tolerably well concealed by some low thick bushes, but the taller trees were unfortunately stripped of their leaves, and although at the distance of 20 yards farther forward there was another thick patch of brushwood, from behind which I could have seen everything that took place, yet the trunks of the oaks in the intervening space stood bare and separate. I determined, however, to cross the space at all risks, and getting as far back as possible, I glided from tree to tree. The whole eyes and ears of the party I had seen were otherwise occupied, and at length I found myself behind the bushes I had marked. I was now within 20 yards of the chapel of which Suzette had spoken, and from behind the brushwood I could behold the whole party I sought, assembled in the little open space before it. Placed under a high rocky bank, from which the chapel was partly excavated, stood Monsieur de Villardan and the Count de Laval, with their hands tied, and at the distance of a dozen paces appeared 8 or 9 musketeers, with their arms grounded, indeed, but evidently arrayed there with no very good intentions towards the prisoners. Within a yard of Monsieur de Villardan lay upon the ground 3 or 4 of his servants tied hand and foot, and 2 of them apparently severely wounded. But a little to the left of these again, so as to be in front of the chapel, which was open as such buildings usually are, appeared a group of still greater interest. Within the chapel itself stood a priest with an open book in his hand, and before him were placed Laura de Villadin, dressed in her mourning costume, and Hubert, whom I had already seen in so many capacities, habited in the full and splendid dress of an officer of the guards of the Prince de Condé. Supporting Laura, who otherwise would have sunk to the ground, appeared Gaspard de Belleville, and another armed man behind him again made up the whole party. At the moment I turned to observe them, Hubert was speaking vehemently to Laura, so that his words were perfectly audible. "Will you or will you not, madam?" he exclaimed. "Seek not to gain time, for it is all in vain. No one can rescue you, and the lives of all those you see depend upon your word." "Let him do his worst, my child," cried Monsieur de Villadin. "Let him do his worst. It is better for us all to die together than that you should become the wife of a villainous plunderer, though indeed no such forced marriage would be valid for an hour, and his first step would be from the altar to the gibbet." "Your pardon, my lord," cried Hubert, with a smile of triumph. "I use no force, I use no compulsion towards the young lady herself, though to be sure I point out the only means of saving your life. Do not, therefore, flatter yourself that were she to consent, and I were to set you free, the scaffold would become my bridal bed. No, no, I have taken my measures too well for that, and when I come to claim your daughter's portion, it shall not be till she has long been my wife and the mother of my children, and then we shall see whether you will hang her husband or not. Madame," he added, in a sterner tone, "Madame, time wears. I beseech you to spare your father's life. If you refuse me, his blood be upon your head. Your own hand draws the trigger that slays him. Your own voice pronounces the word. Nor will you then escape me, for you shall be mine by force, if not by good will. Speak, shall I order yon men to fire?" "Oh, no, no, no!" cried Laura, clasping her hands in agony. "You will not be so cruel." "Will you then consent instantly to become my wife?" he demanded. But Laura turned her weeping eyes to the priest, exclaiming, "Oh, good father, how could you lend yourself to such infamous things as these?" "How can I help it, lady?" asked the priest. "I am as much under compulsion as you are." "Another such word as that, old hypocrite," cried Gaspard de Belleville, "shall send the compulsion of a pistol ball through your brain. You came here for gold, not for compulsion, so prepare to do your office. Come, come, Hubert, you do but dally. Give her her choice, and let her decide boldly. Bid the men present their firelocks, and then ask her the question. If she say yes, let them ground their arms. If she say no, let it be the signal for them to fire. So her own voice will give the word." "Oh, surely, surely," cried Laura, clasping her fair hands, "surely you will not be so cruel." "You will soon see, madame," cried Hubert, turning towards his men. "You will soon see." "Be firm, Laura, be firm," shouted Monsieur de Villadin. "On your duty, on your honour, yield not a step." The moment was now come. I could wait for aid no longer, and I trusted that, previous to my own death, which seemed inevitable, I should be able to give the villain sufficient occupation to enable Jérôme and the rest to come up in time to save Laura and her father. Hubert turned towards his men, and I could see by the knitting of his brows and the setting of his teeth that his determination was taken. What Laura's final reply might be, of course I could not tell. I thought that, sooner than see her father's blood spilt before her eyes, she would say yes at any risk. But I dared not to trust circumstances, and as the chief of the robbers was giving his orders to his men, and while Monsieur de Villadin was exhorting his daughter to die herself and see them all die sooner than yield to the degradation proposed, I drew a pistol from my belt, and gliding from behind the brushwood, was standing at Hubert's side ere anyone noticed me but Laura herself. An exclamation of surprise, not unmingled with joy, broke from her lips, and the villain, startled by the sound, turned full round upon me. I paused not, I uttered not a word, but levelling the pistol at his head, pulled the trigger. The sharp, ringing report satisfied me that nothing had gone wrong, and scarcely pausing to see the dead man fall, I threw away the discharged weapon, caught the other from my belt, and with one spring forward seized Gaspard de Belleville by the collar and put the pistol to his ear. Thinking that his death would be immediate, he crouched down in terror, but I had other views, and seeing all the musketeers presenting their weapons towards me, I exclaimed aloud, as if I had been giving the command to my own troops, "Ground your arms!" The effect was electric. Every musket was grounded at once, and at the same moment the jingling sound of bridles and stirrups coming up at full gallop struck my ear, and was certainly the gladdest sound I had heard for many a long day. The robbers caught it too, and easily divining what it meant, I could see them waver with the uncertainty of surprise. The man, however, who stood behind Gaspard de Belleville set the example of flight, and plunged into the brushwood, which had served me as a place of concealment. The others paused a moment, but the sounds of approaching horsemen becoming louder and louder determined them to fly, and passing round on the other side of the chapel, they were for a moment lost to my sight. One of them, indeed, before he went, twice raised his musket to his shoulder, and took aim at me, as I stood grasping the collar of Gaspard de Belleville. But each time he again withdrew his piece, and then ran after the rest as fast as he could go. Anxious to liberate Monsieur de Villadin and his servants, and yet not able to effect it myself, I besought Laura and commanded the priest to untie their hands, and both immediately turned to do so. Ere she had taken a step, Laura, overcome by a variety of mingled emotions which may well be conceived, fainted away, and fell across the step of the chapel. The priest, however, ran forward and slipped the knot from the hands of Monsieur de Villadin, but just as he had done so, and while he was proceeding to execute the same good office in favour of the rest, the marauders, who had been met, in their attempt to escape, by a party of the guards, were driven back into the open space before the chapel, while a large body of Monsieur de Villadin's servants, guided by Suzette, came round by the path which I had followed. The guards from Rennes appeared on the other side at nearly the same moment, and finding themselves hemmed in, the robbers, who were most of them old soldiers, stood to their arms, and showed their determination to sell their lives dearly. Facing about at the chapel, they received the guards, who pursued them closely with a steady fire. A number of the horses went over, all became hurry and confusion, and fearful that the marauders would have driven back over my poor Laura, I thrust Gaspard de Belleville into the hands of some of the servants, and ordering him to be tied tightly hand and foot, rushed forward to extricate her. The guards had by this time betaken themselves to their firearms, with very little discrimination between friends and enemies. Shots were flying in every direction, and through the smoke which now gathered quickly round us, I saw Suzette, who had guided the servants, fall at the feet of her dastardly husband. Monsieur de Villadin, as soon as he found himself at liberty, had snatched the sword of Hubert from its sheath, and, like myself, was rushing on towards the spot where Laura lay. But at that moment the marauders gave the guards another volley, and while a ball grazed my cheek and struck off my hat, Monsieur de Villadin fell with his face to the ground, waving the guards and servants up to close with our adversaries. I cut down one of the men who was again charging his musket. The soldiers rushed on, and the little phalanx of marauders was broken, but not conquered, for each individual fought to the last with desperate courage. It was with difficulty that I carried Laura out of the mêlée, terrified every moment that some random shot might strike her as I bore her in my arms. The Count de Laval was by this time unbound, and rushing up to the affray, but as he was unarmed, I gave Laura over to his care, though I could scarcely even now master my repugnance to see him render her the slightest assistance. Whether he remembered me or not I cannot tell, but he exclaimed as he saw me turning back towards the strife that was going on, "Nay, nay, sir, you have had enough for one day. You take care of the lady. Let me have my share." "You are unarmed, sir, you are unarmed," I replied, "and only risking your life for no purpose. Carry her behind the turn of the rock, and guard her there from danger, for God's sake." Without farther words, I hurried back as fast as possible, and forcing my way in amongst the combatants, reached the spot where Monsieur de Villadin had fallen, and found him raising himself upon his arm and lifting him up. I gazed upon his face to judge whether the wound he had received were dangerous. He recognised me instantly, and the first words he said were, "My gallant boy, my gallant boy, must I always owe you everything?" "Laura is safe," I replied. "Let me carry you to her." And raising him in my arms, I bore him round the turn of the road, where I found the Count and several of the unarmed servants endeavouring to recall Laura to herself. Placing Monsieur de Villadin on the bank, our whole cares were now directed towards him, as he was bleeding freely from a wound in his right breast, and every now and then, with a slight cough, his mouth was filled with blood, so that I could not doubt that the shot had passed through his lungs. The external bleeding we soon contrived to stop, and beseeching him not to speak at all, I went back to the scene of conflict to ascertain whether it were yet concluded. I found that it was so, and that the guards were standing round the two prisoners they had taken, conversing with all sorts of hurried exclamations over the events which had just occurred. "There are a number of wounded men here, gentlemen," I said, "who are in need of immediate assistance. Let us ascertain the state of the field, and we will talk of all the rest afterwards." "And pray, sir, who are you?" demanded the inferior officer who commanded the party of guards. "You may be one of these marauders also, for aught I know." "I am the Baron de Juvigny, sir," I replied, "colonel of his most Christian Majesty's regiment of horse, and bearing the rank of Major General in his service. You will, therefore, have the goodness to draw up your men and assist me in examining into the state of the wounded." The young officer immediately obeyed, and we found that 6 of the guards, 3 of the servants, and 9 of the marauders were either dead or wounded. Only 2 prisoners, as I have said, were made besides Gaspard de Belleville, who, for his part, stood with his arms tied behind him, glaring sullenly upon the form of Suzette, who was lying weltering in her blood, which not all the efforts of good old Jerome seemed to have the slightest effect in staunching. Many a muttered reproach, too, was her brutal husband pouring upon her head for having betrayed him and his companions, and as I came up, she replied feebly, "It was your own fault. I could have put up with your cruelty. You might have turned plunderer or marauder, without my opposing you, but when you sought to marry another woman while I was still living, you did that which it is not to be forgiven." "Fool!" cried the brute in reply, "I sought to marry no other woman. It was your brother, he whom you have murdered, by bringing that infernal English fiend upon us. He it was who was to have married her. It was his fortune I sought to make, while I avenged myself at once upon the man who has marred mine through life, who has met me and thwarted me at every turn, and upon the old dotard who has lent his aid to crush me, and to raise yon worm from the dunghill. It was your own mad, wild folly that made you think I wanted to marry her." "Then why did you take from me the proofs of our marriage?" said Suzette. "Why did you leave me at Saint-Aubin, and not let me know where you were going?" As such recriminations were not at all likely to do any service to the poor wretch Suzette, I ordered Gaspard de Belleville to be removed to a distance from his wife, and his person to be searched in order to discover, if possible, all the particulars of the unfortunate affair which had just taken place. I then turned to give directions for bringing up litters and other conveyances to carry away the wounded, with as little inconvenience to themselves as possible. But at that moment I was joined by the Count de Laval, who grasped my hand with greater signs of friendship than I could find it in my heart to return. "Monsieur de Juvigny," he said, "you will be glad to hear that Monsieur de Villadin seems better, and that the bleeding internally as well as externally seems entirely to have ceased. Mademoiselle de Villadin also has recovered, and wishes to see you. Let me beg you to accompany me." "I follow you, sir," I replied, and still holding my hand in his, with a smile upon his lip that I neither liked nor understood, he led me back to the spot where I had left Laura and Monsieur de Villadin. The Duke was seated on the bank, pale, but apparently not so much injured as I had imagined. Laura, leaning beside him, held one of his hands in hers, and gazed anxiously on his face. She, too, was very pale, but as I came forward, with the Count still holding my hand, a bright blush spread itself over all her countenance. "Mademoiselle de Villadin," said the Count, "here is your young friend come in person to show that he is unhurt, and let us all together offer him our thanks for the important service that he has rendered us." He paused a single instant, and then added, "Monsieur de Villadin, believing it to be impossible that any young lady can have been brought up from infancy with so worthy a gentleman, without having felt for him affections that ought not to be disappointed, and being myself the last man to take advantage of accidental circumstances to seek my own happiness at the expense of others, allow me to propose that all engagements between you and me should be considered henceforth null and void, and if you will follow my counsel, you will join these two hands for ever with your blessing." And as he spoke, he placed that of Laura in mine. Monsieur de Villadin did not venture to reply, but while Laura, with a burning cheek and glittering eyes, gazed earnestly upon his face, he laid his hand upon ours, as they were clasped together, with a gentle pressure which was quite confirmation enough. Laura spoke not, and my heart was too full to permit the use of words. The silence became embarrassing to all parties, and the very intense happiness that thrilled through my heart showed me, for the first time, that joy can reach such a height as to be in some degree even painful. We were relieved by the approach of the young officer who had commanded the guards, and who now came to report that, as soon as the litters arrived, everything was prepared for our return to the Pré-Valais. He would have the honour of escorting us thither, he said, and in the meantime he gave into my hands the only paper which had been found upon Gaspard de Belleville. It proved to be a written agreement between that scoundrel and a person calling himself Hubert, by which the worthy captain stipulated that, when, by the means and with the assistance of Gaspard de Belleville, he should have obtained possession of the person of Mademoiselle de Villadin, and married her, he would make over to the said Gaspard one half of whatever portion or dowry he might force Monsieur de Villadin, at any after period, to bestow upon his daughter. It was also expressly stipulated that Hubert was to carry his bride to the colonies for the space of 1 year, and that he was likewise to provide a passage for Gaspard de Belleville and his wife, with various other articles of the same kind, all showing that the villains had calculated upon Monsieur de Villadin's making up his mind, at the end of a certain period, to recognise the marriage, however informal in law, and to receive the daring villain who had accomplished it as his son-in-law. A number of letters and papers, however, which were found upon the body of Hubert, clearly proved that the scheme had not been laid by him, but had been suggested by Gaspard de Belleville, and it was very evident, from every circumstance connected with the whole affair, that the desire of vengeance, both upon myself and upon Monsieur de Villadin, had taken fully as much part as rapacity in the whole design. That Gaspard de Belleville and his ruffian brother-in-law had been lingering about in the neighbourhood of the Pré-Valais for many weeks was clear, both from the circumstances which I had observed on the night before my departure for Dumont, and from the fact of Suzette having informed me that I and Laura had been watched for many a day, in our morning meetings at the grave of Monsieur de Ménil. And thus it was, in all probability, that Gaspard de Belleville had heard the means by which he could most bitterly wring my heart, as well as that of Monsieur de Villadin. The villains had been caught in their own scheme, it is true, but a sad number of innocent persons had suffered as well as themselves. To me, on the contrary, as soon as I began to entertain hopes that the wound of Monsieur de Villadin would not prove of a serious nature, the whole seemed to promise unequalled joy, and as I sat upon the bank beside Laura, speaking every now and then a few words of hope and affection to her, and conversing more frequently with the Count, who now took upon himself the arrangements of all our after proceedings, I fondly fancied that every difficulty was overcome, that every danger was averted, and that the whole current of my days was thenceforth to flow on in peace and happiness. Whoever entertains such a dream will have to drink the bitter cup of disappointment, but still the vision, though it lasts but for an hour, is the brightest thing that imagination, amongst all its pageants, can conjure up. In this state passed nearly an hour and a half, but at the end of that time, the tidings having been spread by Jérôme's first messenger to Rennes, and the rumour having found its way, by all the 1,000 invisible channels which convey reports about the world, to 6 different places in the neighbourhood of the forest, litters and carts and horsemen and pedestrians began to arrive, and, placing our wounded in various conveyances, we commenced our march in long and slow procession once more towards the Pré-Valais. End of chapter 38. Section 35 of The Little Ball of Fire by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 39. The day was just at its close as we issued forth from the forest, and took our way towards the bridge which crossed the river. I followed the procession on horseback amongst the last, and the whole scene, associated as it was with many deep interests and strange memories, was one of the most beautiful and extraordinary that ever my eye beheld. It was a splendid autumn evening, with the sun pouring his setting beams from the west, amidst scattered clouds, tinged with every glorious colour that the mind can conceive. The long line of litters and carriages and horsemen and foot was winding slowly down the slope, which led from the edge of the wood towards the stream, and far and wide beneath my eyes, with every undulation marked by its own peculiar shade, and every building or group of trees casting long purple shadows as they cut off the rays of the declining sun, lay the rich wide lands of Brittany, while round about me, dark and heavy with the evening twilight, rose the broken masses of wood, with the thousands of wild banks and thorny dingles which skirted the verge of the forest. The peculiar rich light of the hour, too, spread over all the scene, and catching here and there upon the bright arms and gay dresses of the soldiers and the servants, marked the different points in the procession, which every now and then, even in the more distant prospect, it touched some glistening object, and made it start forth like a diamond, from the dark lines of planting or the grey slopes of the lulls, not unlike one of those bright golds which youth fixes for its endeavours through life, as it stands upon the verge of manhood, and contemplates the distant future, while imagination flashes brilliantly on the object of desire, and lends it a lustre not its own. There was a fascination in the moment, and the scene, and the feelings of my own heart, not to be resisted, and I reined in my horse for a single instant, to gaze upon the prospect, and then followed on, thinking that if the beauties of nature had been a substantial blessing to man, how much does his appreciation of them depend upon the state of his own bosom. A few hours before I might have ridden through Tempe at daybreak, without noting that there was anything lovely before my eyes, and now I could not have passed a quiet dell or a bubbling brook without feeling that the whole world is beautiful. I had lingered a while behind the rest in order to hear the report of a party which had been sent to examine the mill, at which I doubted not that Hubert and his companions had established their chief rendezvous, but nothing was found there which could lead to any further discovery, and as soon as the other horsemen overtook me, I rode on, and easily passing the rest of the cavalcade, acted as their harbinger at the Pré-Valais. I found Father Ferdinand in no small agitation, but before giving him any particulars of the events which had occurred, I dispatched messengers to Rennes for every sort of medical assistance, and then relieved more fully the good father's anxiety concerning Monsieur de Villadin and Laura. "Are you sure? "Are you sure that he is not much hurt?" he asked eagerly, referring to Monsieur de Villadin. "The wound certainly at first appeared a very serious one," I replied, "but by the speedy cessation of the hemorrhage, and the want of that great weakness which I have generally seen follow very dangerous wounds, I trust there is nothing to be apprehended." "God grant it," replied the priest, "God grant it;" and after gazing upon me for a moment or two, he added, "And what is to become of you, my son?" I understood the meaning of his question fully, and replied, "As far as I have been enabled to judge, good father, there exists no further necessity for absenting myself. The Count de Laval resigns all claim to the hand of Mademoiselle de Villadin, and the Duke does not show any desire to bid me return to Dumont. But, ere we are interrupted, I hear from good old Jerome that you dispatched a messenger to me some days since. He never reached me." "No, no," cried Father Ferdinand hastily. "No, no, it is a mistake. I dispatched no messenger to you, my son. But hark, I think I hear the horses' feet," and he turned to the window to look out. He was mistaken, however, and some minutes more elapsed before the cavalcade made its appearance. Our first care was, of course, of Monsieur de Villadin, and though he spoke only a few words in an under voice, for fear of irritating the wound in his breast, and consented immediately to go to bed, yet he walked up the stairs with so much strength that our apprehensions on his account were nearly done away. The servants and soldiers who had been wounded were disposed of in various parts of the building, and I aided in carrying the unhappy Suzette to a chamber on the ground floor, as she seemed to suffer so greatly from the slightest motion that we feared to convey her to a more convenient apartment. As soon as we had laid her upon her couch, I was turning to give what assistance I could in other arrangements, but she beckoned me eagerly back, saying in a low husky voice, "I would speak with you, sir. I would speak with you alone." She was evidently dying, and of course her request was not to be refused. Desiring the servants, therefore, to attend to the safe keeping of Gaspard de Belleville, I bade them leave me, and, closing the door, approached the bedside of the unhappy woman, whose moments in this life were waxing few. "Monsieur de Juvigny," she said, in a voice so faint and inarticulate that it required great attention to catch the meaning of her words, "Monsieur de Juvigny, I would fain tell you something which may be of service both to you and to the Duke. Do you remember when I told you my history once before, I said I had a third motive for bidding you repeat it to Monsieur de Villadin?" "Well, very well," I replied. "But, my good Suzette, be as brief as possible, for you are wasting your strength, and you may yet need all you have left." "You need not hear me unless you please," she answered peevishly, and then continued in the same low and irregular voice, "Well, I was saying that I had a third motive. It was this, that I knew something that no one else knew, and I knew it because, after I was sent away from Dumont, I lodged for some time in the house of old Madame—" I lost the name, and her voice became more and more indistinct, but still she went on. "She used to attend sick people, you know, at Estienne, and though she had been sworn to secrecy, yet—" She made an effort to raise herself upon her arm as she exclaimed distinctly, "I hate him!" but immediately sunk back upon the pillow. In answer to another question as to whether she would wish to see a minister of religion, she raised her hand and bowed her head in token of acquiescence, and rising, I proceeded to seek for Father Ferdinand. I was told that he was in the chamber of Monsieur de Villadin with Laura and old Jérôme Laborde, and taking the liberty, which had always been granted me, of entering the Duke's apartments in the hours of sickness, I proceeded immediately thither in search of the good confessor. Father Ferdinand was engaged in writing a paper for Monsieur de Villadin, who, as I entered, held up his finger to me to keep silence till it was completed, which was not long in being done. The Duke then read it over attentively, and turning slightly in his bed, affixed his signature to it. The Count de Laval, who was also in the room, next advanced and took the pen, and I could see the eyes of Laura, who was sitting by her father's pillow, glance from him to me, beaming up as they did so, with a look full of affection and hope. When the Count had signed it, Laura also put her name, and Jérôme and Father Ferdinand added their own as witnesses. Monsieur de Juvigny, said Monsieur de Villadin, speaking in a low voice, which was evidently modulated from caution more than from weakness, what were you going to say? I was merely about to tell Father Ferdinand, I replied, that unhappy woman, Suzette, is below, dying, and that she requires the aid of the Church, with speed. Father Ferdinand instantly rose to seek her, but Monsieur de Villadin made a sign for him to pause for a moment, and beckoning me closer to him, he gave me the paper which he had just signed. Although I believe that I have been much nearer death than I am at present, he said, yet as all wounds such as I have received are uncertain in their consequences, I have thought fit, my dear boy, as far as possible, to put your happiness, and that of my dear Laura, beyond further doubt. If I survive, I myself will join your hands. If not, that paper will remove all difficulty on the part of others. Nay, do not thank me, de Juvigny. Monsieur le Comte here has behaved most nobly, and requires the gratitude of all. But I have only acted now as I should have acted long ago. Now, my dear sir, he added, speaking to the confessor, seek the poor creature who desires your presence. Perhaps when the surgeons arrive, I may wish you and de Juvigny to be with me also, but in the meantime I would willingly pass half an hour alone. Nay, leave me, dear Laura, and look not sad. Things will go well, I am sure. We all accordingly left the room. Father Ferdinand betook himself to the bedside of Suzette. The emotions in the bosom of Laura, both pleasurable and painful, were too many and too mixed to admit of words, and she immediately retired to her chamber, while old Jérôme proceeded to bustle about in discharge of the various functions of his office, so that the moment after we had left Monsieur de Villadin, the Count and myself were left alone. My feelings towards him at that instant would not be very easily defined even now. Nor did I very well know how to demean myself towards him, so as to express my sense of his noble and feeling conduct, without abating my own dignity. Monsieur le Comte, I said, after some slight hesitation, you have acted nobly and generously towards me, and therefore I have to return you my thanks, which I do most sincerely, for pursuing a line of conduct that, doubtless, was the best calculated to promote your own happiness also, but which most certainly has ensured and restored mine. You owe me no thanks, Monsieur de Juvigny, he replied. Having had few opportunities of cultivating the pleasure of your acquaintance, I cannot be supposed to have been actuated by any feeling of personal interest towards you. The fact is that Mademoiselle de Villadin, some days ago, gave me to understand that her affections were irrevocably bestowed upon another, and, however highly I might esteem the honour of Monsieur de Villadin's alliance, of course I did not covet the hand of a young lady whose heart, I clearly saw, I could never hope to possess. Other circumstances combined, I acknowledge, to fix my determination, but once having resolved upon resigning all claim to the honour intended for me, I saw no reason why I should not do my best to make her happy, who had frankly informed me that she could never make me so. Thus you see that you have no cause to thank me, though I do not deny that it gives me great pleasure to serve a gentleman every way so deserving as yourself. This was spoken in that calm, polite, ceremonious sort of tone which put all feelings out of the question, and which seemed perfectly intended to stop everything like an expression of gratitude. Such being the case, I, of course, said no more upon the subject, and the Count at once turned the conversation to the events which had lately occurred. It seems to me evident, Monsieur de Juvigny, he said, from all I have been enabled to gather, that this attack upon our party has been long concerted, and that nothing has prevented its execution before but want of opportunity. I am curious, however, I acknowledge, to ascertain how such a scheme could be long carried on before being divulged by some accident or other. These people, it is evident, must have watched us for some time, and must also have been very thoroughly acquainted with all that was passing here." "I doubt not that they were, my lord," I replied; "but in regard to their schemes not having been discovered, you are in some degree mistaken. For the night previous to my departure from this place, about 3 weeks or a month ago, I myself observed 2 men examining the château, late at night, and heard a part of their conversation, which, though it certainly did not afford me any accurate information, at all events served to show me that some evil design was in progress. With these facts I made Monsieur de Villadin acquainted, but it appears that, confiding in the number of his attendants, he did not take the necessary precautions." "It seems," replied the Count, with a smile that I did not particularly like, "it seems that you were more watchful over our safety. Nay, do not look offended, Monsieur de Juvigny. I mean nothing that should in the least hurt you, thinking it is very natural that a young lover should hover round his mistress, although he might think that she was lost to him for ever. At all events, Monsieur le Comte, your conclusion is, I can assure you, wrong. The fact is that I received information some time ago from Monsieur de Villadin himself, purporting that the marriage of his daughter was to take place yesterday, and that he himself, with all his family, were to set out immediately for Paris. Concluding that this was the case, I felt myself at liberty to return to scenes that were dear to me, and on my arrival was met by the woman who informed me of your situation, and directed me to the spot where you had been carried. I am still, however, ignorant of all the events which preceded my finding you in the forest, and I would fain ask a detail of them, were it not trespassing too greatly on your time." "Oh, the whole business is very soon related," replied he. "Mademoiselle de Villadin being so much better and able to take the air, her father determined to accompany her in the carriage, while I, with 4 servants, escorted them on horseback. After passing the bridge at I forget the name of the place, we went on for about a mile or a mile and a half towards the forest, intending to turn back ere we reached it, when suddenly, as we were passing between 2 hedges, we were saluted by a volley of musketry, which instantly brought 3 of the servants to the ground, and wounded my horse so severely as to make him fall with me. At the same time the carriage was surrounded, Monsieur de Villadin seized and tied before he could make any resistance, and I, sharing the same fate, was placed beside him and mademoiselle in the carriage. The ruffian you shot, and his companion, as well as another personage of the same stamp, took one of the poor fellows, who had been killed upon the spot, behind us. All this occupied a considerable time, and I was in hopes every moment that some one, attracted by the sound of musketry, might come up and at least carry the news to the town. But in this wild province one might as well be in the desert. No one appeared, and we were dragged on into the wood without the slightest power of resistance. Luckily, however, the road was so bad and sandy that we made but slow progress, and at length, as good fortune would have it, just as we were going to cross the stream, the carriage was overturned and stuck immovable in the sand. You may easily imagine that we afforded no great assistance to our conductors, and did not make our movements any quicker than we were compelled to do. Thus at least half an hour was consumed in endeavouring to move the carriage, and in getting us out of it. We were then forced to walk forward for a considerable distance to an old mill, which seemed at some former period to have been destroyed by fire. And here, all our horses having been tied to the building, we were again marched forward to the little chapel where you found us, and where we were received by another of the band, who seemed to have a priest in his custody, though I must confess the worthy clerk did not appear to be under any very great restraint. I had remarked, as we went along, that one of the leaders of our assailants had paid considerable attention to Mademoiselle de Villadin, and had also learned, from some words that Monsieur de Villadin let fall, that they took care, with pistols at our throat, to keep us from much conversation, that the other personage, who seemed to take the lead amongst them, had formerly been a page in this family. I was thus the less surprised when, on reaching the chapel, the former coolly proposed to Mademoiselle de Villadin to become his wife, and as a sort of mild inducement informed her that, unless she instantly consented, he would shoot her father, myself, and all the other prisoners before her eyes. Of course a considerable discussion took place upon this point, which was cut short by your punishing the villain as he deserved, and with everything else that occurred, you are, perhaps, better acquainted than I am. The only matter that I do not know, I replied, and which I had forgotten till this moment, is the fate of the priest, who I do not remember to have seen after the beginning of the affray. Oh, I marked him well, replied the Count. He slipped away into the wood as fast as possible, and as his clerical dress probably saved him from interruption on the part either of the servants or the soldiers, he was, no doubt, soon far enough from the scene of conflict. The arrival of the surgeons at this moment interrupted our further conversation, and according to the desire which Monsieur de Villadin had expressed, I proceeded to the chamber where I had left Suzette, in order to call Father Ferdinand to accompany the medical men to the Duke's chamber. Knowing that the unhappy woman, even before I left her, had been incapable of making confession except by signs, I did not hesitate to open the door, and I found the good priest still standing by her bedside, but no longer engaged in offering the consolations of religion, which now could have fallen alone upon the deaf ear of the dead. "It is all over, my son," he said as he saw me. "Have the surgeons arrived?" I replied that they had, and he immediately followed me to the saloon where I had left them, whence we again proceeded to the chamber of Monsieur de Villadin. We found him perfectly composed and willing to submit to anything that the medical men might think proper, but after examining the wound, questioning their patient, and consulting long amongst themselves, the surgeons judged it not expedient even to attempt the extraction of the ball, but applied themselves as far as possible to prevent any fever ensuing from the wound, and determined to leave nature herself to do what she could to relieve their patient, before they endeavoured to assist her by the resources of art. When they had done everything that they thought fit, they left one of their number in the chamber of the Duke to watch every turn in his case, and then, accompanied by the confessor and myself, proceeded to visit the servants and soldiers who had been wounded. As we went, Father Ferdinand, I remarked, anxiously questioned the principal surgeon upon the state of Monsieur de Villadin, and as to whether there existed even a chance of immediate danger. The surgeon replied that he saw none whatever. The hemorrhage, he said, having spontaneously ceased, showed that no great blood vessel had been injured, and that all that was now to be feared was subsequent inflammation taking place amongst some of the most delicate organs of the human frame. Satisfied with this assurance, Father Ferdinand only requested that immediate information might be given to him on the first appearance of any dangerous symptom, reminding the surgeon that, as Monsieur de Villadin's confessor, he had very important duties to perform towards him, as soon as it was ascertained that he was in perilous circumstances. "I need not tell you, sir," he added, "that, with a man of Monsieur de Villadin's nerve, the knowledge that he is in danger would in no degree tend to impede his recovery." The surgeon promised to give him timely notice, and on visiting the other wounded persons, we found that only one was beyond hope, while all the rest bade fair for a speedy recovery. It may as well be mentioned here that they all did recover but one, who, as well as the servant I had seen lying on the road, and another who had been killed in our conflict with the robbers, was buried a few days after, together with Suzette, in the chapel of the château. The party of the guards from Rennes, who had arrived so promptly to our aid, remained at the Pré-Valais all night, and as it was late before all the events which I have mentioned had taken place, I sent up old Jérôme Laborde to Laura's apartment to know whether she thought fit to come down to the supper table. She declined, however, as I had expected, and as Father Ferdinand also retired to his own chamber, indisposed by all the scenes which he had just gone through to partake in anything like mirth or festivity, I was obliged to do the honours of Monsieur de Villadin's table to the Count de Laval and the commander of the guards from Rennes, though I would much rather have been permitted in silence and solitude to think over all the events that had occurred, and to offer up my thanks to Heaven for the change from the deepest misery to the state of happiness, which my bitter repinings, under a temporary affliction, had, I confess, but little deserved. The young officer, with all the thoughtless gaiety of his age and his profession, drank deep and sat long, and might indeed have continued his carousing to a much later hour, if the Count, who, for a time, had been amused with his liveliness, at length getting tired, had not risen unceremoniously and wished him good night. The young officer looked at me with a wistful glance to see whether there was any chance of prolonging his potations with me, but my glass, which had long been vacant, gave him a sufficient reply, and drinking one deep draught to our good repose, he once more visited his troop, and then betook himself to rest. As all was one becoming quiet in the château, and one after another its different inhabitants were dropping off to their beds, I sought out my old friend Lise, and charged her with a message to her mistress, expressing a hope that I might have an interview with her the next day. Lise gave me, with a smile, the certain assurance of my request being complied with, especially, she said, as she herself intended to go to Rennes, and her mistress would want some companion who knew how to take care of her. She was going on in the same strain, with a good deal of harmless conceit borne lightly forth on her tongue, on the full current of joy, the floodgates of which had been opened in her heart by all the news she had received from her mistress. But some persons passing to their beds interrupted our conversation, and I proceeded once more to the apartments of Monsieur de Villadin. By means of his antechamber and dressing-room I was enabled to enter without disturbing him, and sitting quietly down by the surgeon, I remained the greater part of the night, anxious to see how it passed with his patient. At first he was somewhat restless, but towards morning he fell into a tranquil sleep, and auguring better from all I now saw than I had before fully permitted myself to hope, I left his apartments at about 3 o'clock, and retired to rest. End of chapter 39. Section 36 of The Little Ball of Fire by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 40. The fatigue which I had endured throughout the preceding day had been unfelt during the time that I passed in active exertion, but the moment my head touched the pillow, an overpowering sense of drowsiness fell upon me, and without any of that consciousness of falling asleep, which has perhaps something awful in it, from the sensible relinquishment of intelligent existence, I passed into a state of utter forgetfulness, which lasted between 7 and 8 hours. On waking, I felt that I had slept long, and dressing myself as fast as possible, I hurried down to the saloon, in which, as a sort of rallying point for the whole household, I was sure to find someone. My delight may be supposed, when the one that I did find was my own beloved Laura. To bound forward towards me, as she had done from infancy, was her first emotion, and to it she yielded without fear, feeling, as I too felt, that the pain and the apprehension which for many a day had hung upon our morning meetings were now cleared away like clouds from the sun, and that all was happiness. "You have slept long, de Juvigny," she said, looking up in my face with a smile. "You have slept long, and you look happy." "I have slept long and deeply, my beloved," I replied, "but remember that for the last 8 nights I have hardly known what sleep is." The tears rose in Laura's eyes, but those tears that spring in moments of joy, from the recollections of past sorrows, are not amongst the least sweet things in life. "I wish, de Juvigny," she replied, "I wish that all the hours of sleep which, during these 8 nights, fled from my pillow also, could have gone and rested upon yours. But little repose, indeed, have I known myself, and of course my thoughts, through all these long tedious nights, were not rendered less sorrowful by thinking of all that you were suffering at the same time. But let us not remember anything unhappy now. My father has passed a very tranquil night, and the surgeon assures me that there is but little chance of his wound proving dangerous." "Is Monsieur de Villadin awake, then?" I demanded. "He has been so for some time," she answered, "and is now sitting up speaking with the Count, who, finding my father so much better, has determined to set out to-day for Paris, glad to leave our dear Brittany, and what he calls its semi-barbarous inhabitants, and our gloomy château, and poor Laura de Villadin, and to betake himself to courts and cities and scenes and people much better fitted to him than any he has met with here." She spoke with all the playful gaiety of former days, but I knew my dear Laura too well to believe that she would even have jested in regard to a man who had behaved so generously as I believed the Count to have done, had she not known some trait in his character which might detract a little from the apparent liberality of his conduct. She felt sorry, however, even for the slight touch of bitterness that had mingled with her words, almost as soon as they were spoken, and added, "It is very wrong of me, I believe, to feel so glad of the departure of a man who has behaved so kindly to us, and who, with the power, and perhaps with some inducements, to make us very miserable, has, on the contrary, made us very happy. But I cannot help it, de Juvigny, and the very feelings which I detect in my own heart now make me tremble to think what would have been those I should have experienced had I been forced to marry a man I could not love. But go now to my father, who is anxious to see you too, and your presence will probably break off his conversation with the Count, which I am sure has continued too long for his health already." I lingered a moment or two more, and then proceeded to the apartments of Monsieur de Villadin, where I found the Count in the act of taking his leave. Father Ferdinand also was present, but as the good priest remained with the Duke, I was commissioned to do all due honours to the departing guest, and it would be vain to deny that I felt the same satisfaction on seeing him enter his carriage and quit the Pré Valet that Laura had so artlessly expressed. I was about to seek another moment of happiness with Laura ere I returned to the chamber of her father, when the young commander of the guard stepped up to me and begged a few minutes' conversation. Of course I could not refuse, and taking him into the library as the nearest vacant apartment, I requested him to state his commands. "Why, the truth is, Monsieur le Baron," he said, with a somewhat rueful air, "the truth is, one of our prisoners has contrived to slip through our fingers." "Which? Not the one I myself made," I cried, fearing that it might be Gaspard de Belleville, and feeling now convinced, from all that had happened during the last 10 years, that it was not quite so necessary or so indifferent to have even one bitter enemy loose in the world with us, as I had once thought it. "Not the one I made myself, surely." "The very same," answered the young officer. "However, I trust there is no great harm done, for it matters little which way such a fellow meets his death. If he had been taken alive to Rennes, he would have been hung, of course, and now he has but broken his neck, so it makes little difference." "Broken his neck!" I exclaimed. Explain, my good sir." "Yes," he answered, "he has simply broken his neck. The fact was, you were all so busy last night, and so much occupied with Monsieur de Villadin and Mademoiselle, that we were obliged to dispose of him as well as we could, and therefore, as the safest place, we put him up in the small room at the top of the west tower. There is a buttress, you know, runs down the side just between the windows, with a sort of steps upon it as it grows thicker, and it would seem that by this means he fancied he could make his escape. He must have fallen, however, in trying to reach the buttress, for his body was found quite dead and cold, almost exactly beneath the window of the chamber in which he was confined." I remembered, as he spoke, having in boyhood performed as a feat the descent from that very window, while Gaspard de Belleville had stood by and looked on, declaring that nothing was so easy, and that anyone could do it if they took the trouble of trying. Little had I thought at the time that the very attempt would prove the cause of his death, but I clearly perceived that the remembrance of my boyish feat, and the apparent ease with which it had been performed, had induced the unhappy man to make an effort for escape by that means. In answer to my inquiries regarding the hour at which the body had been found, the young officer replied, "Oh, it was early this morning. I was about to march, as of course it is my duty to return to Rennes as soon as possible, though I thought it right, for the safety of the chateau, to remain all last night." I smiled, and remarking that I did so, he went on with a smile in return, "It was, as I said, early this morning, but although I caught a glance of Mademoiselle de Villadin a few moments ago, I thought it useless to speak with her about it, as she has seen more of cutting throats and breaking heads already than ladies generally like. So I reserved my news for you, Monsieur le Baron, as you seem to command the garrison, I think. It is wonderful how soon a Frenchman discovers it, if there be love going on in a house, and it was easy to see, by the gay look which accompanied his words, to what the young officer alluded by my commanding the garrison. Nor did I doubt that, on his return to Rennes, he would carry a full account along with him of all the changes which had taken place in the arrangements of Monsieur de Villadin's family. But as those changes were very satisfactory to myself, of course I did not now much care whether the world were a sharer in my secret or not. Without any comment, then, on that part of his speech, I accompanied him to take a view of the body of Gaspard de Belleville, and found that as his skull had been terribly fractured by the fall, his death must have been instantaneous. Such being the case, I was not sorry that he had been spared all the horrors of a public execution, and therefore I had very little regret in his death. I was sorry, indeed, that I had not obtained from him some explanations in regard to all that had occurred, which he alone could have afforded. 1,000 times during the preceding evening I had been upon the point of visiting him in his confinement, but something had always occurred to prevent my doing so till it was too late, and, to say the truth, it was not very probable that he would have given me any satisfactory reply in the state of sullen despair into which he had fallen. Nothing, however, was now to be done further than to see the young officer march off his men to Rennes, which he soon after did, carrying with him the prisoners who remained. They, at their very first interview with the police, were recognised as arrant malefactors, and at the end of 10 days expiated many an enormity, besides that under which we had suffered, for the forfeiture of their lives upon the scaffold. Once more left in the château with none but its usual inhabitants, I immediately proceeded to the chamber of Monsieur de Villadin, whom I found infinitely better than I could have expected. He felt that he had been wounded, he said, it was true, but with the exception of some slight pain and stiffness, he was as well as ever. Laura was with him when I entered, and with the permission of the surgeon, we remained at his bedside for nearly an hour. When we left him, we were joined by Father Ferdinand, who, informing me that he was about to send to Dumont for some books, suggested that by the same messenger I should recall my servants and little Clément de la Marque, which was accordingly done. The good priest remained with us till after dinner, and then, perhaps feeling that both in Laura's heart and mine there was many a topic of conversation which could not be discussed before any one, he left us to ourselves for the rest of the evening. How that evening passed must be imagined, for all the happiness and the dreams and the rapture and the mutual questions and explanations that ensued cannot be described. The cup of joy was never drained more deeply, and never tasted sweeter, than when, after all the agony we had suffered, we felt ourselves at length assured of happiness and of each other. We were again admitted to Monsieur de Villadin for an hour before he went to sleep, and as he still continued wonderfully well, all apprehensions on his account vanished, and not a drop of bitter mingled with the sweet. It was late when we parted, and seeking my own apartments, I was about to give myself up to that more quiet and contemplative enjoyment which had now succeeded after all the hurried and fluttering rapture of the reciprocation of words of hope and affection with a being so dearly loved, on the termination of all our sorrows and anxieties. But a light tap on my door disturbed me, and, opening it, I beheld Lys, who had spent the greater part of the day in Rennes, appearing now with a face of some anxiety and consternation. When one has suffered much pain and frequent disappointment, it is extraordinary how apprehensive the heart becomes, and I immediately concluded from the countenance of the soubrette that some new misfortune or catastrophe had occurred to mar all our joy. "Come in, Lys, come in," I cried. "What is the matter? You look frightened." "Oh, monsieur," she replied, "I am afraid that I have got myself into a terrible scrape." Selfishness is certainly inherent in man, and it was, I confess, an infinite relief to me to hear that her anxieties were personal. I desired her, however, as kindly as I could, to tell me what was the matter, promising to do everything in my power to assist her in her difficulty. "Oh, that you are bound to do, Monsieur le Baron," she replied, "for it was all done on your account. But I will tell you all about it. You remember I informed you that I knew of a priest who, for a small sum, would marry you and mademoiselle privately. But I did not tell you that I went a day or two after and spoke to him all about it, being very sure that you would be obliged to come to a private marriage at last, which you would too, if it had not been for all this affair. However, as I was saying, I went and told him all about it, as we were walking along under the table, thinking that nobody on earth was there but ourselves, and just as we had done, and he had promised to do all that I wanted, up got a man from amongst the trees and walked away over the mount. Well, we did not heed him particularly, but he must have overheard all we said, for this morning, when I went down to Rennes, I saw the priest, whose name I will not mention, and who made such an outcry against me, saying that I had been his ruin. When I asked what was the matter, he told me that early yesterday morning a man came to him saying that Mademoiselle Lys of the château at the Pré-Valais had sent him to say that the young lady and gentleman who were to be married did not dare to venture into Rennes, but that if he would follow to the old chapel in the forest, which was regularly consecrated, they would meet him there, and that he should have 2,000 livres for his pains. Although he thought it somewhat strange altogether, yet the 2,000 livres tempted him, and he went, but when he came there, he found himself in the hands of robbers, and all that horrible business took place, of which mademoiselle gave me such a dreadful account last night." "So, so," I said, "so this was the priest, was it, ma bonne Lys? Well, all I can tell you in regard to him is, that he seemed to have neither fear nor reluctance in obeying all that the villains told him to do, and sincerely do I think he deserves most exemplary punishment for his pains." "Ah, but monsieur," cried Lys, "you cannot punish him without punishing me too, for, as sure as we are all alive, he will tell everything that I propose to him to do, if the other matter is found out, and then, you know, the Duke will send me away from mademoiselle, and then I shall die of grief and vexation, and all because I wished to help you and my lady in your love." Although I felt perfectly sure that Lys's acquaintance, the priest, was as great a villain as any of the robbers in whose hand I had found him, and doubted not that the great part of their information had come from him, yet I thought it much better to let the matter sleep, than, by taking any measures to punish him, to make a general exposé of all that had occurred during the last 2 or 3 months at the Pré-Valais, which, though innocent enough on all parts, and certainly not discreditable to any one for whom my affections were deeply engaged, would be far better confined, as far as possible, to our own household, without being blazed forth to the rude evil-reporting world. For poor Lys, too, although she had certainly acted sillily, I could not, of course, help feeling a regard as one of those whom she intended to benefit by the very act which was now likely to prove of detriment to herself, and I hastened to relieve her mind by assuring her I would not only take no measures to bring the offences of the priest to light, but would do all in my power to prevent any further investigation of the affair. It will be better for him, I added, speaking of the priest, it will be better for him, however, to betake himself to some other part of the country for a time, as Monsieur de Villadin and a number of the servants must have seen him, and may recognise him in the city the first time we chance to visit it. Give him that advice, therefore, my good Lise, and tell him that in case he wants a few livres to enable him to change his cure for the time, they shall be furnished to him forthwith, on the understanding that he is to quit Rennes. Lise's heart overflowed with gratitude and satisfaction, and promising to communicate all my directions to the priest, and undertaking that he should obey them implicitly, she left me with a mind relieved. Nor did I, indeed, anticipate much chance of the priest being discovered and punished, for I am sorry to say that such offences, especially in Brittany, were at that time suffered to pass with very singular impunity. I was an earlier riser on the following day than I had been on that morning, and daybreak found me up and in the same anteroom of Monsieur de Villadin. The truth was that the excitement of my mind was no longer counterbalanced by the fatigue of my body, and consequently I slept little all night, though the reveries that visited my conch were certainly as sweet as any that ever blessed the heart of man. I was somewhat anxious about Monsieur de Villadin too, as the surgeon had told me that, in the case of any danger supervening from his wound, it was likely to show itself during that night. The Duke, however, was asleep when I entered, and though the surgeon who sat up with him informed me that some slight fever had appeared, he added that it was nothing more than the inevitable consequences of the injury he had received, and that the slumber which followed was an indubitable sign that no evil was to be anticipated. I remained in the Duke's apartments till he woke, which did not take place for several hours, and I then found him refreshed and easy, so that all apprehension was at an end. In the evening my servants and Clément de la Marque arrived from Dumont, and the boy petitioned so earnestly to see Monsieur de Villadin and Father Ferdinand, that Father Ferdinand, with the consent of the surgeon, permitted him to do so. Monsieur de Villadin's convalescence was progressive and rapid. Every cloud seemed wafted away from our fate, every tear seemed wiped away from our eyes, and nothing but the smile of joy or the sunshine of happiness was seen within the château, so lately the abode of misery and apprehension. At the end of a few days Monsieur de Villadin was suffered to rise. At the end of a few more he was permitted to come down for some hours each day, and ere a fortnight was over he was walking up and down the terrace, leaning upon my arm more from weakness induced by the treatment he had undergone in order to prevent inflammation and fever than from the actual consequences of his wound. Our old habits were soon resumed, and it added not a little to my happiness to see the evident pleasure with which Monsieur de Villadin beheld the undisguised affection of his daughter and myself. Often, indeed, he would speak of it to me in terms of the highest satisfaction, and again he assured me, as he had done before, that if he had entertained a thought that our hearts were so deeply bound to each other, he would never, on any account, have promised Laura's hand to another. As soon, he said, when conversing with me one day upon our present circumstances and our future prospects, as soon as it be possible, I will put the last seal to your union. I will look upon it indeed as an atonement I owe you both for not having seen your mutual affection, as I might well have done, and for all that I was obliged to make you suffer in consequence of my own blindness. We must, however, in the first instance, suffer the memory of this other business to die away in some slight degree, especially as you well know that it is, in this country, necessary to obtain the consent of his Majesty in the first place. I feel sure, indeed, that both your services and mine will plead too strongly in our favour for any difficulty to occur in our obtaining the royal approbation, which is seldom, if ever, refused where no obstacle is raised on the part of the parents. But still, under all circumstances, I should much wish you to serve through another campaign, in the course of which I doubt not that you will establish new and powerful claims upon the throne." "I do not know, monseigneur," I replied, laughing, "but one thing I feel very sure of, which is, that with all the inducements I now have to love life, and the things that it contains, I shall be certainly much more careful of my own person than I used to be in days of old." "That will be no disadvantage, de Juvigny," replied Monsieur de Villadin, most gravely. "You were always too careless of your own person, and, in the last campaign, rash to a vice. To observe it in you was a matter of pain and surprise to me till I discovered your love for Laura, and then, though fully appreciating the generous feelings which made you prefer death rather than wrong me in the least point, yet I was sorry to find that you should think any circumstances sufficient to justify a man in seeking to terminate his own existence. Do you think, de Juvigny, that I have not had cause sufficient to snatch at death, if ever man ought to do it? Do you think that I have not had temptations to self-destruction, had I not felt that such an act is base and cowardly, as well as absurd?" "I do not deny, my lord," I replied, "that some feelings, such as you suppose, might influence me at first, after discovering what was the state of my own heart towards Mademoiselle de Villadin. But I soon saw the folly of yielding to them, and I can assure you, upon my honour, that if, during the rest of the campaign, I exposed myself unnecessarily, it was done unconsciously." "I am glad to hear it, de Juvigny. I am glad to hear it," replied Monsieur de Villadin, "for it was certainly the greatest fault I ever saw you commit. However, when you join the army again, be as careful of your own person as it is in your nature to be, and remember that if you fall, Laura loses a husband, and I lose a son. There are few men," he added, smiling, "to whom one would willingly address such cautions in sending them forth to battle, but I know that it would be difficult to put too many checks upon you." Although I certainly did not anticipate any further impediment to my happiness, yet it was very natural that I should desire to call Laura my wife before I again joined the army. Nor did I fail to let Monsieur de Villadin know such was the case; but he of course preferred his plan to mine, and I was obliged to yield with a good grace. At the time that this conversation took place, which was about 3 weeks after my return from Dumont, there still remained full 2, if not 3 months, ere I was likely again to be called into the field, and as one probably makes up one's mind to that which is remote more easily than to that which is near at hand, Laura and myself did not suffer the prospect of being once more separated before our union to disturb our happiness in the meantime. There was only one thing, however, which gave me uneasiness, which was to observe that, although the surgeons had declared Monsieur de Villadin to be well, and had consequently taken their leave, yet that he himself did not seem to think his recovery so perfect as they did. The ball was still lodged in his body, the surgeons declaring that it had formed itself a bed under the shoulder bone, whence it could not be extracted, and where it could occasion neither inconvenience nor injury. But still Monsieur de Villadin complained of occasional pain, and I remarked that in the morning he was more than commonly gloomy and depressed, while every evening his spirits rose to a much higher pitch than had been usual with him for many years, and a bright flush took possession of his cheek, very different from its usual colour. All this made me uneasy, and I saw that he himself was not satisfied with his own situation, often talking of going to some of those places in the Pyrenees, the waters of which are famous for the cure of gunshot wounds. I did all that I could to encourage this idea, and also to amuse and occupy his mind in the morning, when he seemed most depressed. But it was in vain that I made the latter attempt. He seemed to love solitude, and to be somewhat impatient of interruption or society. The autumn proved a very rainy one, and when he was not able to go out, he passed the greater part of the time in his library, busily occupied in writing and arranging his papers and affairs. From the rapid and accurate manner in which he prepared for the future, one would have supposed that he anticipated a very speedy termination of his life, and yet his conversation did not show that to be the case. He spoke of many years to come, and laid out long plans for after-life. But yet, when forced to stay at home, he busied himself with everything that could imply the speedy approach of death. When the weather was fine, his occupations were very different. He would saunter slowly out for hours, sometimes accompanied by Father Ferdinand, but more frequently alone, and indeed, as I have before said, he did not seem to covet any society. At night he sat with Laura and myself till we separated for the evening, and I never, even when I first knew him, beheld him so bright, so cheerful, as he appeared on these occasions, during nearly 10 days after his wound was healed. At length one night he expressed his determination of going to Barège, as soon as the season permitted. He laid out a plan by which I might accompany him and Laura thither, even if an early commencement of the campaign prevented me from remaining with them all the time of their stay. The whole arrangement seemed to please him, and he retired to rest, in high spirits, at about 10 o'clock. The next morning he came down sad and gloomy, and after breakfast ordered his hat and cloak to be brought in, scarcely interchanging a word with any one. A glance from Laura's eye made me offer to accompany him on his walk, but he replied decidedly, though in a kindly tone, "No, I thank you, my dear boy, I would rather be alone. It is a fine day, however, for the time of year, and you and Laura had better ride or walk out together." Thus saying, he left us, and about an hour afterwards Laura and myself, followed by Lys, and with Clément de la Marque hovering round us, like a scared lapwing, now hanging closely to my side, now walking on at a great distance, and affecting with boyish playfulness not to intrude on the conversation of the lovers, set out to take advantage of the short sunshine of the season. Had not the tone of M. de Villadin been so decided in regard to his wish for solitude, we might have endeavoured to meet him on his walk, but now we felt that it was necessary rather to choose some path which he was not likely to take. As Laura left it to me to determine, I proposed that we should go to the spot which had been our place of meeting when regret, and sorrow, and expectation of speedy separation served sadly to allay the brief joy of being in each other's society for a time. We had not been there since the whole had been reversed, and as our fears for the future had then served to deaden the enjoyments of the present, the remembrances of the past now tended only to enhance in the highest degree all the delight of the moment, and the anticipation of bright joys in the time to come. Everything that we saw as we walked along recalled some idea of painful separations now to take place no more, of dreams constantly dispelled by the consciousness that they were but dreams, of happiness turned into misery by the certainty that it must end, of wishes that had become pangs from the expectation of their disappointment. But now the recollection of such things in the past added, as I have said, a zest to all the joy of our hearts, and it would be necessary to know, or rather to feel, how deeply two hearts can be attached to each other before any one can conceive how bright, how glorious, how dreamlike was the happiness that we then experienced. Thus we wandered on from meadow to meadow, and from grove to grove, till at length the scene of our meetings, the tall gigantic trees, the soft green turf, the small rise in the ground, connected in my mind with so many various memories, presented themselves to our eyes, still beautiful and soft, though any leaves that lingered on the trees were withered, and the grey hue of approaching winter was all over the scene. A few steps taken forward, however, showed me something lying in a heap, as it were, upon the very grave of the Count de Mesnil, and a sudden sinking of my heart took place, with feelings of apprehension that I could not well explain. The same sight had caught the eyes of Laura also, and pointing forward she exclaimed, "What is that?" As she did so, she paused for a single instant, but at that moment fear seemed to become prophetic in her bosom. Where we stood, it was certainly impossible for her to discern even the form of a human being, but exclaiming, "Good God, it is my father!" she drew her arm from mine and darted on with the speed of light. I followed as quick as possible, but ere I overtook her she reached the foot of the tree, and with a shriek of horror dropped down as if she had been shot. There was, indeed, sufficient cause, for there, stretched upon the very grave in which his hand and mine had laid his adversary, with his hat fallen off on one side, and his outstretched hand clasping a rosary, appeared the inanimate form of Monsieur de Villadin, with an immense quantity of blood which had flowed from his mouth and nostrils, deluging the turf on every side, and dabbling his mantle and his left arm, which was stretched upon the ground. The great loss of blood, the position in which he had fallen, the rigidity of his form when I endeavoured to raise him, all showed me that he, who for so many years had been my friend, and more than my father, with whom I had gone through such scenes of interest, who had showed me such undeviating and disinterested affection, was no more a being on this earth. I never felt mortality more bitterly, but on him all care was vain, and my attention, as well as that of Lys and the page, was directed towards his unhappy child, whose temporary loss of feeling and reflection was, perhaps, the best thing that could happen to her at the time. I bore her in my arms to one of the woodsmen's cottages at about half a mile distance, sending the boy back with all speed to the chateau for aid and assistance. All the inhabitants of the building were soon poured forth. The body of Monsieur de Villadin was removed to the castle, and the carriage having been procured, poor Laura was carried back to her own apartments, falling from one fainting fit into another, with intervals only sufficient to recall the horrible sight she had beheld, ere she was again lost in consciousness. End of chapter 40. Section 37 of The Little Ball of Fire by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 41. I left Laura in the hands of her women, and dispatching a messenger for medical aid from Rennes, turned, with a heavy heart, to the library in which the body of the Duke had been placed. The room was crowded with servants, gathered together in a semicircle at the end nearest the door, and gazing forward towards the corpse, while a feeling of reverence and awe kept them from approaching farther. As Father Ferdinand, with a degree of emotion which I had never before beheld in him, stood near the head of his dead friend, and wept aloud. Clement de la Marque had crept close up, and wept also, and passing on, I, too, gazed upon the countenance which had beamed so many kind things upon me, and I joined my tears to theirs. It was a sad and sorrowful sight, and in grief and deep mourning passed over that day, and many that succeeded. Messengers were sent round all the country to every relation and friend of the deceased nobleman, and as there was no necessity for immediate interment, the funeral was delayed till the old Count de Loris could arrive, as it was believed that to him had been assigned the temporary guardianship of Mademoiselle de Villadin, and the execution of the will of the deceased. Every direction was given, and every measure taken by Father Ferdinand, who seemed to feel himself fully justified by his long friendship with Monsieur de Villadin to take the command of all till such time as his own will could be ascertained. Laura was, of course, incompetent to make any of the painful arrangements herself, and to me and Father Ferdinand she seemed to cling with redoubled affection, from the bereavement which she had just undergone. During the 10 days which the funeral was delayed, the body of Monsieur de Villadin was embalmed, and in the course of that operation it was discovered that the ball which he had received in the forest had lodged close upon one of the large blood vessels of the chest, and although it had not wounded the artery at the time, yet it had created a degree of inflammation round it, which had gradually worn away, so that probably the great emotion to which Monsieur de Villadin had subjected himself in visiting for the first time the scene of the Count de Mesnil's death had caused a rupture of the vessel, which might not otherwise have taken place for months. At length Monsieur de Loris arrived. The friends and relations of the deceased nobleman were all assembled, and the funeral took place. I shall not pause on so sad a ceremony, which was, perhaps, more painful to my feelings from the careless indifference of the many who attended it, contrasting with the grief of my own heart. As soon as it was over, the notaries opened the seals which had been placed upon all the papers of Monsieur de Villadin, and as Laura had refused to be present, Monsieur de Lorris, on her part, received the large packet of freshly written papers, to which the notary, who had been so constantly with the Duke for some weeks, guided us at once. The first thing that appeared was the will of the deceased nobleman, which had been drawn up a few days before his death, and which, though it gave great dissatisfaction to his two nearest cousins, was exactly as those who knew him best might have anticipated. He appointed 3 guardians to his daughter, Father Ferdinand, the Count de Lorris, and myself, at the same time expressing in the strongest manner his will that she should become my wife as soon as a decent space of mourning for his loss was over. He here, too, pointed out what had been evident before, that he felt his life would not be of long duration, and he stated precisely that it was his intention to see me united to his daughter if he lived long enough, in which case, of course, that will was to be considered as null and void. He then went on to dispose of his property, leaving all his hereditary estates, which, as well as those of his wife, naturally descended to his daughter, to follow the legal course. But from the wealth which, in the retired life he had generally led, he had accumulated to a very great extent, and from the lands he had purchased, he made bequests. All his old servants were amply provided for. A number of charities and religious institutions were remembered with great liberality. A year's rent was remitted to all his tenants, and stating it to be a personal mark of his affection and gratitude towards me, for many benefits that he could never sufficiently repay, he left me all the rest of his purchased lands, forming together a fortune superior to that of many of the first nobles of France. His relations in general, with whom, as I have before stated, he lived in terms of no great affection, were not even mentioned, and I could see many a heavy brow knit upon me, with passions which might have found a louder tongue, had it not been well known that I was not one to pass over insult or injury in silence. The same persons who have been appointed guardians to Mademoiselle de Villadin were required to see the will put in execution, and to them were added Monsieur de Vins, the governor of the province of Brittany, to whom a handsome legacy had also been assigned. The 2 nearest relatives of the late Duke, after listening attentively to the document, which was read by the notary, declared their intention of endeavouring to set aside at least that part of it which appointed strangers to be the guardians of the young heiress, citing the custom of Brittany, which bestowed that office upon the nearest of kin. But the notary, with a smile, pointed out that Monsieur de Villadin had been fully aware of that fact, and had taken the means provided by the law for effectually barring their claim, and read at the same time a note appended to the will, in which the Duke formally declared that he had considered their title to the guardianship, and after mature deliberation had rejected it, believing them to be unfitted for it by their views of private interest. Mortified, disappointed, and affecting great indignation, they quitted the room, and sought their horses, while the notary proceeded to lay before us the other papers. Of these, several were addressed to Monsieur de Lorris, several to Father Ferdinand, and several to myself. Amongst the last I found a letter to the king himself, and in the envelope a desire expressed that I would send it to Paris immediately, and afterwards would deliver in person to his majesty the baton of field marshal which Monsieur de Villadin had so lately received. As all the other papers found were of a private nature, we now left the library, and having eaten and drank as if they came on a festive rather than a mournful occasion, those who had been called to the funeral dropped away one by one, and the house resumed its calm and gloomy solitude. As yet I had scarcely had time to speak with Monsieur de Lorris, but I now found the worthy old man as full of affection and regard for me as when last we met. He was overjoyed, he said, that Monsieur de Villadin had fixed upon one as a husband for his daughter who had already shown that he was capable of protecting her in any circumstances of difficulty or danger. He asked a number of questions, however, concerning my family, and although to avoid hurting my feelings, he did so under the semblance of taking an interest in my history and affairs, yet I could see that the good Count was anxious to assure himself that the heiress of the houses of de Villadin and Lorris was not about to make a mésalliance. I answered him frankly and candidly, and I was happy to find that my replies gave him every sort of satisfaction. The Earl of Norwich, he said, of whom I had spoken, was then in France, and he doubted not would be happy to see the son of his old friend. I was not a little delighted to find that he was so, as it gave me the means of confirming at once, to any one interested, all the facts which I have related connected with my early history. While my conversation took place with the old Count, Father Ferdinand had retired to his own apartments, and when I had explained to Monsieur de Lorris everything concerning myself, and a number of other events connected with Monsieur de Villadin, we sent up to inquire after Laura's health, and whether we might be permitted to wait upon her. She replied, however, that she felt too unwell to see even her dearest friends at that moment, but that she hoped to have recovered sufficient composure by the following morning to receive us both. The rest of the evening was principally spent in my own apartments, looking over the papers which Monsieur de Villadin had left addressed to myself, and certainly all the signs of strong affection and regard, which were found in every line, tended to make me feel more deeply than ever the loss I had sustained. The papers consisted chiefly of kind admonitions and advice concerning my own conduct in the high station of life which I should be called to fill in France after my marriage with his daughter, and of directions as to the manner of obtaining most easily the king's signature to our marriage contract. Amongst others, he gave me a copy of the letter which he had himself written to his Majesty, and which made it his last and dying request that the monarch would confirm the arrangements he had made. He also informed the king that he had desired me to write to his Majesty immediately, requesting his consent, in order that Mademoiselle de Villadin might not be longer than necessary without that degree of protection which none but a husband or a father could afford. Such manifold proofs of confidence, and such minute care for my happiness and welfare, were far more gratifying to my heart than the splendid fortune he had left me, or, indeed, than anything he could bestow, except the hand of that dear girl whose heart already was my own. It was late at night before the reading of all these papers, and the reflections to which they gave rise, came to an end, and towards 2 o'clock I retired to bed, resolving to consult Monsieur de Lorris and Father Ferdinand the next morning concerning the terms in which I was to address the king, a matter wherewith I was very little acquainted. The next morning, however, I was up early, and as I was descending towards the saloon I was waylaid by Lise, who informed me that her mistress was anxious to see me, for the first time after her father's funeral, without any other persons being present, and feeling equally with herself how much better it was that it should be so, I gladly followed to the little boudoir attached to her apartment. She was sitting watching for my coming, with her feelings still highly excited, and the moment she saw me she rose, threw herself into my arms, and wept long and bitterly. It was as if she had said, "I have none but you now upon the earth. Forgive me if I mourn for those that are gone." When the first burst of tears was over, she spoke more calmly, and in a long and interesting, though often painful conversation, frequently interrupted by tears, she suffered me to recapitulate to her all that had been done, and to tell her exactly the state in which she stood. In the end, as it was necessary that she should make an effort to resume her usual occupations, she suffered me to lead her down to the saloon, and though every now and then some object or some association would agitate her for a time, our conversation was here renewed, and proceeded more tranquilly till, in about half an hour after, we were joined by Father Ferdinand and the Count de Lorris. Laura received them with less painful emotions than I had expected, and the day passed over sadly indeed, and gloomily, but calmly upon the whole. When informed of the nature of her father's letter to the king, she wished much that it should be delayed for a day or two, but when it was explained to her that to do so might give high offence, she yielded at once, and in the evening I applied to Monsieur de Lorris and Father Ferdinand for directions as to the form and manner in which I was to couch my application to the king. "My dear young friend," replied Monsieur de Lorris, "I never was happy enough to be married myself, and consequently cannot exactly tell you what are the precise terms you should use in requesting the king's consent for your union with my niece." "I think I can direct you, my son," replied Father Ferdinand, "though I have never been married either." And taking up the pen, he wrote down the copy of a formal letter to the king, with as much ease and accuracy as if he had been accustomed throughout his life to the etiquette and ceremonial of courts, rather than to the shade of the cloister and the retirement of the country. After referring to the directions which I had received from Monsieur de Villadin to that effect, he begged to know when I might be permitted to lay at his Majesty's feet the baton of the field marshal, which I was charged to deliver, and in requesting the signature of his Majesty to my marriage contract with Mademoiselle de Villadin, it was obvious that, though he avoided everything which might look like presumption, yet he took care not to assume that the king would at all hesitate to grant my request. With many thanks I copied the paper exactly, and the next morning it was dispatched to Paris by a special messenger. The old Count de Lorris, who was kindness itself, agreed to remain with us till after my marriage with Laura had taken place, and as it was naturally concluded that it would be more agreeable to me to remain at the Pré Valais with my future bride, Father Ferdinand undertook to make all the arrangements at Dumont, rendered necessary by Monsieur de Villadin's decease, and he set off the following morning, accompanied by Clément de la Marque, whose eagerness for every change of scene and place put me not a little in mind of my own younger days. Laura's grief for the loss of her father abated but slowly, yet still, as ever with the human heart, the calm hand of time was continually taking something from the poignancy of her first affliction. We passed almost the whole of our hours in each other's society, and though softened by our mutual sorrow for the dead, those hours still remain among the bright things on which memory can rest so sweetly, and which she preserves for after years, as a store of treasured enjoyments for the wintry season of our age. Of course, we felt some anxiety for the return of our messenger from Paris, for though we never anticipated for a moment that the king would make any opposition to our marriage, sanctioned as it had been by Monsieur de Villadin himself, yet when that which we ardently desire is shadowed by even the smallest doubt, the heart can never rest satisfied till certainty is substituted in the place of hope. At the end of 8 days, Father Ferdinand returned from Dumont, and 2 or 3 days more passed in hourly expectation of our messenger's appearance. We were well aware that common couriers, unless on some very extraordinary occasion, always take their time upon the road; but when another day passed, and another, and a whole fortnight elapsed without my receiving an answer to my application, we all became uneasy, and I even thought of setting off myself to Paris to ascertain the cause of the delay. At length, late one evening, the messenger was ushered in, just as we were about to proceed to the supper-room. He instantly presented to me a packet, and without ceremony I cut the silk and opened it, when within the envelope I found a paper containing the following words as the only reply which the king had vouchsafed to my request: De par le roi, il est ordonné au sieur baron de Juvigny, colonel du blanc régiment, actuellement en Bretagne, de se rendre à la ville de Senlis pour y joindre son régiment, fait à Fontainebleau le 9 février 1658. Louis. The paper dropped from my hand, and I believe that I turned deadly pale, for Laura, whose eyes were fixed upon me as I read, clasped her hands, exclaiming, "Good God! de Juvigny, what is the matter?" Father Ferdinand raised the paper, and giving the messenger a sign to withdraw, read it aloud, while we all gazed upon each other in no small grief and consternation. The good father's brow contracted strongly, and he said, "This is, indeed, unfavourable, I might almost add, ungrateful, after all that has been done in the royal cause, at moment of its greatest need, by the two men whose best designs and dearest wishes the king appears inclined to thwart." "It can only be," said Monsieur de Lorry, that foreign minion, Mazarine, knowing that our dear girl here is one of the greatest heiresses in France, designs to give her to some of his own creatures. But I will apply to the king myself, and fear not, my dear de Juvigny, for I will leave no means untried to obtain what we all desire. And I promise you, as a man of honour and a French nobleman, never to consent to her marriage with any person but yourself." "I promise you the same, my son," added Father Ferdinand, "and though it is long since I have set my foot in Paris, and I had hoped never to do so again, yet I will journey thither, and will make my voice heard in a manner which I do not think can be disregarded. Laura, too, must be firm, but I know that she will be so," he added. "Her father's will, her own affection, her positive promise, all bind her to you, de Juvigny, morally and religiously, as much as if she were your wife; and I solemnly declare not only that she ought not, but that she cannot marry any other person." "Never!" said Laura firmly. "Never! Give me a pen and ink, de Juvigny. Let me make it irrevocable, that I may always have an answer ready to any one who may press me on the subject." And sitting down to a table, she wrote, with a rapid and somewhat trembling hand, a far more forcible renewal of the promise which was implied in the paper which had been given me by her father. I had remained in silence, and almost stupefied, while all this took place; but I now laid down the order to join my regiment on the table, saying, "I will immediately resign my command in his Majesty's service. I know that Laura cares not for splendour or station, and I will request her to become mine, before any one can separate us. All that the utmost tyranny can do is to deprive her of those estates, which others value more than we do, and we have enough, without them, to render us happy and independent, in whatever land we may choose to make our home." "No, no, de Juvigny," cried Father Ferdinand, "you are too hasty, my son. As yet we cannot at all tell what are the real intentions of his Majesty, and might well he feel himself offended and insulted by such want of confidence in his justice, and such precipitate haste. When the will of our late friend is laid before him, when the solicitations of Monsieur de Lorris and all whom he can interest have been heard, when a number of peculiar circumstances which I have to relate are made known to the royal ear, there can be very little doubt that his Majesty will yield his consent, and even should he not, if you are inclined to take Laura portionless, it will always be in your power to do so, after having shown a noble obedience to the commands of the king, and a due estimation of the duty of a soldier. Perhaps it may be his Majesty's design merely to try you, and in that case I would not for the world you should be found deficient, after having distinguished yourself so honourably already in his service. No, no, take my advice, obey at once, and, depend upon it, such conduct will meet its reward." I felt convinced in my heart that the line of conduct which Father Ferdinand suggested was that which my duty called upon me to pursue; but passion, of course, led me a contrary way, and I still urged my own plan, arguing that means might be taken to prevent my ever seeing Laura again. This, however, they showed me was impossible, and Monsieur de Lorris joined his arguments strongly to those of Father Ferdinand. I found, too, the order I had received, without even hesitation or remonstrance. Father Ferdinand and Monsieur de Lorris promised to set out for Paris as soon as possible, and seemed so confident of being able to effect the object that they sought, that they restored some degree of hope to my heart, which had been almost given up to despair, when I first beheld what the packet had contained. One day was needed for preparation, but when once my determination was fixed, I felt that the sooner it was executed the better, and on the second morning after receiving the royal commands, taking leave of all that I loved on earth, with pain and apprehension, on which I shall not dwell, I mounted my horse, and followed by my little train, rode off to join my regiment at Senlis. End of chapter 41. Section 38 of The Little Ball of Fire by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 42. On arriving at Senlis, it became sufficiently evident from the state of inactivity in which I was left, that the object of the king, or rather of his minister, was solely to remove me from the neighbourhood of Mademoiselle de Villadin, and that no real necessity existed for my presence with a regiment quartered at a distance from any danger, and employed in no service whatever. Although the rash despair to which I had formerly yielded had now quitted my mind, I trust for ever, yet I fell into a state of deep despondency from which I was only roused for a moment on those days when I received one of the frequent letters with which Laura endeavoured to console me. From Father Ferdinand and the Count de Lorry I heard less frequently, and their letters certainly gave me less food for hope than those of Laura. They had left the Pré-Valais about 10 days after I myself had quitted it, and had proceeded to Paris to petition the king in person. As it was judged expedient to secure some female companion for the young heiress during the absence of all her guardians, one of the nuns of St. Ursula, having obtained a dispensation to that effect, remained with Laura at the Pré-Valais, but as she exercised no control over her actions, this arrangement did not at all interrupt our constant communication. The journey of Father Ferdinand and the Count, however, produced no very rapid effects. Several weeks passed before they could obtain a private audience, and when at length it was granted, the only reply they received was, that the king acknowledged my services, and would consider my claims. It appeared to me that no great consideration was wanting. But while this intentional delay continued, the month of May ushered in our military operations. The king put himself at the head of the army destined to cover the frontier, and Turenne led a small force, of which my regiment formed a part, to the siege of Dunkirk. I will not pause upon the details of a campaign which, having taken place so lately, is too well known to need any relation. My own conduct during the year that followed was, of course, greatly affected by the circumstances in which I stood. Although I did not forget the exhortations to prudence which I had received from Monsieur de Villadin, yet it was not in my nature to calculate personal dangers, and the eagerness which I now felt, by important services, to shame down all opposition to my just claims, quickened every faculty, and made me lose no opportunity. As I knew, however, that the eye of the bravest but most cautious general of the age was upon me, I endeavoured, as far as possible, to guard against even the appearance of imprudence, and luckily I was in this, at least, quite successful. Knowing that in a siege a cavalry regiment would probably have but little opportunity of distinguishing itself, I endeavoured, in our march upon Dunkirk, to find those occasions for service which I might afterwards be deprived of, and as the enemy's preparations were rapid and energetic, I was tolerably successful. The great service which I was thus enabled to render was the passage of the Lys. Having been thrown forward to reconnoitre, I came suddenly upon a redoubt of the enemy, placed to defend the very passage upon which the army was marching. I was suffered to approach so near without being noticed, that I thought I might as well push on, and dismounting one of the troops, I was in possession of the place, to my own surprise, as well as that of the Spaniards, before they knew anything of our approach. But 2 men were lost in the momentary struggle which took place in the redoubt, and instantly sending news to the marshal of our unexpected success, I had the satisfaction of seeing the army pass the river without the slightest opposition. At night I was called to the quarters of Monsieur de Turenne, with whom I had a long private interview, in which I explained to him my precise situation, and told him the great incentive to exertion which was now before me. "Well, well, my son," he said in a kindly tone, as I took my leave, "well, well, I will do my best for you, and fear not that your services shall have a fair report at court." This promise with some men might not have implied much, But it was Turenne who spoke, and the words did not convey one half of his intentions in my favour. The siege of Dunkirk succeeded, and no day passed without my being furnished with some means of obtaining honour and applause. I endeavoured to deserve such kindness, and whether employed in covering the foraging parties, or in the more laborious and less glorious occupation of bringing fascines, I tried by activity, perseverance, and care to distinguish myself from others to whom the same services were assigned. At length the Spanish army, commanded by the Prince de Condé, advanced to the succour of Dunkirk, and the famous battle of the Sandhills took place. Under the command of the Marquis of Castelnau, my regiment formed part of the left wing, which, marching along the river, turned the enemy's flank, and I had here every opportunity of displaying whatever military qualities I might possess. My men seconded me most gallantly, and the Marquis de Castelnau being severely wounded, the command of the 2,700 men of which alone that division was composed fell upon me for the time. Turenne himself thanked me the next morning at the head of my regiment for the services I had rendered, and Dunkirk having surrendered shortly after, I heard with no small satisfaction that the young king himself, with all his court, was about to visit the camp. Unfortunately, the smallness of our force and the great want of cavalry caused the regiments of horse to be in continual requisition, and 2 days before the arrival of the king I was detached towards Bergues, in order, as far as possible, to prevent the enemy from taking measures to retard our progress in the siege of that town, which was now determined. I saw that Turenne was grieved when he gave the order, but of course he could suffer no private consideration to interfere with the service of the king. Bergues was soon taken, and a number of other places followed, the most important of which was Gravelines. At length the siege of Ypres was determined, but ere the trenches were opened, an event occurred which prevented my witnessing the rest of the campaign. In the course of our march upon Menin, a report reached headquarters that the Prince de Lynne, with a small force, was posted at the distance of a league and a half, and Turenne immediately detached the Comte de Roy in order to dislodge the enemy. My regiment formed part of the force under that officer's command, and the position of the Prince de Lynne was soon forced, his infantry nearly cut to pieces and his cavalry in full retreat. The pursuit was entrusted to myself, and I followed the enemy almost to the gate of Ypres. There, however, they rallied, made a gallant charge, and in the mêlée I received a severe cut on the head, which passed through my helmet and even wounded the skull. I was under the horse's feet in an instant, but luckily I received no further injury, and when I recovered from the stunning effect of the blow, I found myself a prisoner in the town of Ypres. Surgeons were busy dressing my wounds, and 1 or 2 officers of some rank were standing round the table on which I had been laid. As I opened my eyes, one of the lookers-on bade another tell the prince, and in a moment after the Prince de Ligne was standing by my side. After asking the surgeon whether he might speak with me, with due regard to my safety, and hearing his opinion that I was not seriously injured, he addressed me by my name. Monsieur de Juvigny, he said, we are happy in having taken an officer of your merit and distinction, as probably you can give us some information which the other prisoners are either not able or not willing to afford. What we wish to know is, whether Monsieur de Turenne does or does not really intend to sit down before this place. I felt some difficulty in articulating, but I replied as well as I could. You must be aware, sir, that it is my duty to refuse answers to all such questions. Certainly, he rejoined, if by doing so you contributed to put us on our guard, or to afford any facility for opposing the enemy. But I give you my honour that we have neither means nor inclination to make any further preparations than we have done for the defence of the place, and my sole purpose in asking the question is to send away, out of pure compassion, a number of the poor and needy citizens who must die of starvation if Monsieur de Turenne attempts to reduce the place by famine. which must be his plan if he have any design against Ypres, as I find he has no battering train with his army. As a good soldier and a worthy gentleman, you will see at once that every principle of humanity requires me to clear the town of all unnecessary mouths. You yourself, and all the other wounded and prisoners, must be sent off to Brussels at all risks, if such should be the intention of the French general. So answer me candidly, I entreat you." "Sir," I replied, "you must judge of what your duty requires of you. Mine is straightforward. If it be the intention of Monsieur de Turenne to starve you out, the more persons you have to feed, the better for his purpose. And although I confess I would fain escape being sent to Brussels in my present state, yet I can give you no information." "I must send you thither, then," replied the Prince, and in a brief conversation with the other officers present I heard him say, "Oh, depend upon it, if they were not determined to attack the place, he would say so, to avoid the journey." "No, indeed, Monsieur le Prince," I exclaimed, "you are mistaken. I would not give you one tittle of intelligence if I knew that Monsieur de Turenne was going to retread his steps to-morrow." The Prince smiled, and left the room, and after having been tended carefully during the rest of that evening and the following night, I was put into a carriage early the next morning, and with a number of other wounded persons, as well as prisoners, and all those who were desirous of quitting the town, was sent on, not indeed to Brussels, but to Tournay. Fearful that a report of my being killed might reach Laura, I sat up at the first halting place, and, in spite of all remonstrances from a surgeon who accompanied us, wrote a letter to the Prévalet, assuring her that, though a prisoner and slightly wounded, I was in no danger. Of this letter the commander of our little escort, a gallant young Spaniard, who spoke French very tolerably, took charge, promising to dispatch it to France by the very first opportunity. Whether it was the heat of the weather, the fatigue of the journey, or, as the surgeon predicted, the exertion of writing which irritated my wound, I cannot tell, but ere I reached the end of our second day's march, I was in all the raving delirium of a high fever. For nearly 3 weeks the days passed over my head without leaving any remembrance behind them, and when I recovered my senses I found myself reduced to infant weakness, and lying in a chamber which was evidently not the ward of a hospital, as my last recollections induced me to believe would be the case. It was a small, neat room, cool and shady, and I found a nurse constantly by my bedside, while a surgeon visited me 3 times each day. At first I was much too feeble to ask any questions, but on the 2nd or 3rd morning after I began to recover, I begged the nurse to tell me where I was. Then, to my surprise, I was told that I was in Tournay, and in the quarters of the Prince de Condé. The next day I was visited by several French officers who had accompanied his Highness into exile, and when I was well enough to sit up for a short time, the Prince himself condescended to visit me, and remained with me alone for a full hour, making me tell him my whole history. The fate of Monsieur de Villadin, of which he had not yet heard, seemed to grieve him much, and when he left me he said, with one of those frank, brilliant smiles which sometimes illuminated a countenance that usually was more striking than prepossessing, "Well, well, de Juvigny, I will think of what I can do to serve you, and as hostilities are suspended, and a treaty of peace is under negotiation, I may have it more in my power to show you that I have not forgot Vincennes than I have yet had since we met there." I trusted that it might be so, especially as I had candidly told the Prince my situation in regard to Mademoiselle de Villadin, only hoping when I did so to obtain my liberty more speedily. The news, however, that hostilities were suspended, and that peace was likely to be concluded, gave me the hope of soon holding my beloved Laura to my heart once more, as no pretext for separating us again would then exist. Having now shown my obedience to the monarch I served, and fully done my duty as a soldier, I determined to yield no more, and resolved, as a last resource, if any attempt should be made to reject my claim to Laura's hand, to beg her to unite her fate to mine without the consent of any monarch on the earth, and try our fate in my native land, where the prospects were now brightened by the death of the usurper. From that day till I had completely recovered my health, I did not again see the Prince de Condé, and on inquiring for him when I was well enough to go out, I found that he was absent from Tournay, and not likely to come back for more than a week. These tidings vexed me a good deal, as I was now most anxious to return to France. No opposition, however, was made to my going out into the town, or even beyond the gates, and I found every facility of obtaining money amongst the merchants of the place. Thus I might at any time have effected my escape, had I been so inclined. But although my parole had never been even asked, the kindness which had been shown me by the prince was a surer bond than links of iron, and I lingered on in Tournay with some degree of fretful impatience, but still gaining additional strength and health every hour. Had I known where to address a letter to his highness, I certainly would have written to him, but he was moving from place to place, and even the French officers who remained in Tournay could not give me the necessary information. Thus passed nearly 4 weeks, and the world again began to assume the aspect of spring. It was now more than a year since I had seen Laura, and fully 4 months since I had heard from her, or from Father Ferdinand, and there was a sort of dim uncertainty about the events which might have taken place in the interim that made my heart sometimes feel sick with apprehension. At length, one night when I had returned home, as I called my little room in the prince's quarters, more gloomy than ever, and was sitting by lamplight consoling myself in the only way I could devise, by writing to Laura for the 3rd or 4th time since my recovery, I heard a good deal of bustle in the courts, and in about an hour afterwards I was summoned to attend the Prince de Condé. Overjoyed at his return, I hurried to his presence, and found him quite alone. I believe the gladness of my heart sparkled out upon my countenance, for though there was a good deal of vexation and chagrin in his own face, yet he smiled when he saw me. "You seem glad of my return, de Juvigny," he said, "but I am going to send you away from me directly. When I offered to set you free in Paris in recompense for former services, or to reserve the consideration of them till another moment and put you to ransom, I did not think I should be so long ere I could do anything for you. Even now all I can do is make a messenger of you. However, the letter with which I am about to charge you may be worth the pains of carrying, if you know how to take advantage of it. The fact is, Spain and France are negotiating. Spain holds out on my account. The whole business annoys me. I fear not to be left to stand or fall by my own strength, and I do not wish to delay the arrangement of peace, so necessary to both countries, for any private interests of my own. I have consequently written this letter to Don Luis de Haro, the minister of his Catholic Majesty, beseeching him to put my personal affairs entirely on one side, while considering the far more important business of peace. No one more eagerly desires the conclusion of the negotiations than my royal cousin Louis of France, and to him I now send you, begging you to put this letter for Don Luis into the king's own hand, and request him on my part to make what use of it he will. The man who brings it to him, de Juvigny," he added with a gay smile, "may well command the hand of the first heiress in France, and if I obtain for you by this means the woman that you love, I shall conceive that I have acquitted myself well towards you." I need hardly say that my gratitude was deep and sincere, and after expressing it as well as I could, I received the prince's farther directions, and the next morning mounted a horse I had bought in the city, and followed by 4 of the troopers of my own regiment, who had been taken in attempting to rescue me, and whom I had since found in Tournay, I set out for Paris, furnished with all the necessary passports. The poor fellows who accompanied me were delighted to find that the prince had agreed to liberate them without exchange, and I need hardly say that although I doubted not that difficulties and annoyances were still before me, my heart too beat more lightly than it had done for many a day. Thus we lost no time on the road, and as fast as our beasts would carry us, made our way to Paris. It was after nightfall when we arrived, but without pause or hesitation I proceeded direct to the palace, and giving my name and quality to the attendants, I begged them to inform his Majesty and the Cardinal that I had intelligence of the utmost importance to communicate. The Cardinal, one of the pages informed me, had set out for the Spanish frontier some days before, but my message having been sent through all the proper channels to the King, I received in reply an order to present myself the next morning an hour before Grand Mass. This was a disappointment, for I had fully calculated upon the news which I bore procuring me an immediate reception. But kings are so much accustomed to hear that their subjects have intelligence of importance to communicate, and to find that it refers to some petty interest or some private suit, that his Majesty fully believed my tidings to refer to my own affairs. The next morning I was at the Tuileries at the exact moment, but much to my annoyance and disgust I was kept in an antechamber till the bells for Mass sounded all over the town, and remained there alone till the service in the church was over. More than a quarter of an hour passed after I had learned that Mass was done, seeing from the windows the people trotting home through the dirty streets, ere an attendant summoned me to the presence of the King. I was too much accustomed to various scenes, and had too frequently looked a stern monarch in the face, to feel any agitation upon approaching any king upon earth. But in the interview that was about to take place, dearer interests than life itself were concerned, and when I thought of Laura, my heart certainly beat with a quicker pulse as I moved towards the royal presence. After passing through several other apartments, the door of a cabinet was thrown open by a page, and immediately after I found myself before the young king, and in the midst of a circle which clearly showed me that my application for an audience had been supposed to refer to my personal concerns. On the king's right hand stood Monsieur de Turenne, and on his left the secretary, Letellier. The queen mother also was present, together with several ladies and one or two nuns, whose garb was certainly more harmonious with the cloister than the court. But on the monarch's left appeared Father Ferdinand, the Count de Ory, and the ancient friend of both my father and myself, the good old Earl of Norwich. One of Monsieur de Villadin's first cousins was also there, and his presence did not seem to augur well for my suit. A few of the officers of the court made up the group, and as I ran my eye over it in advancing, I was glad to find that the majority of those present were certainly inclined to support my pretensions. As the feelings of the king himself, however, were of a far greater importance, I tried to gather from his countenance what was passing in his heart, and accustomed as I had been from my early years to scan the faces of my fellow men, I saw enough to give me some confidence. His brow was strongly contracted, it is true, and he fixed his eye upon me as I entered, with an air of stern majesty which spoke anything but favour. At the same time, however, there was the least possible inclination towards a smile lurking about the corner of his mouth, and with this key to the rest, as I knew I had done nothing to deserve severity, I judged that the stern frown upon his brow was too bitter to be entirely natural. I advanced and kissed the hand he held out to me, and then drew a step back while he said, "Monsieur le Baron, you have desired an audience, and we are in some degree prepared for the business you have to speak of. Explain yourself, therefore, and doubt not that we shall do you justice." I again advanced, and, well knowing that to forget the communication of the Prince de Condé, even for a moment, in my own hopes and fears, would be a subject of deep offence to the king, as well as the very worst policy in my own affairs, I bent my knee and at once tendered his highness's letter, saying, "Having had the good fortune, sire, to be wounded and taken prisoner in your—" "The good fortune, sir!" exclaimed the king. "Do you call being wounded and imprisoned good fortune?" "It certainly is so, sire," I answered, "when it is in the service of a prince who rewards all his servants far more than they deserve, and compensates tenfold everything that is suffered in his cause." The king smiled, and bade me go on. "Having, then, the good fortune, sire," I continued, "to be wounded and taken prisoner in your majesty's service, I fell into the power of His Highness the Prince de Condé, who, on setting me at liberty, charged me to deliver into your royal hand this letter, begging that you would be graciously pleased to make what use of it you, in your wisdom, shall think fit, to remove all difficulties from your gracious purpose of restoring peace to Europe. The Queen Mother half rose from her chair, and Letellier took a step forward to receive, according to custom, the paper which I tendered to the king. But Louis took it himself at once, and opening the letter, which was not sealed, read the contents eagerly. "Indeed," he cried, when he had concluded, "indeed, is he so generous? Then we must not suffer him to outdo us in generosity. Monsieur de Juvigny, the bringing of that letter from our noble cousin adds weight to your other services. Read, madam," he added, giving the paper to the Queen Mother, "read, and after having settled this other affair, we will take your Majesty's counsel as to what is to be done." Anne of Austria read the letter attentively, and as the conclusion of a final peace with Spain was now her first desire, I could see her countenance beam with satisfaction as she saw that the only obstacle to the accomplishment of that wish was removed by the voluntary act of the Prince de Condé. When she had done, she gave the letter to the secretary, and at the same time bent a gracious smile upon me, saying, "You have indeed brought us news, young gentleman, well worthy of honour and reward." The king himself immediately proceeded, again assuming the somewhat stern air with which he had at first received me. "Monsieur le Baron de Juvigny," he said, "you have at different times highly distinguished yourself in our service, and Monsieur de Turenne, here present, gives the most favourable report of your military skill and qualities. All services rendered to ourselves, we are certainly willing to recompense even more liberally than bare justice might require, but we understand that you aim at the hand of the first heiress in France, a match for a prince, an alliance which we should not scruple to seek for a member of our own family. This is estimating your claims somewhat too highly." "Sire," I replied, "it is not upon any small services I may have rendered to your Majesty, nor upon my long and undeviating attachment to the royal cause, before genius and wisdom have swept away the difficulties that surrounded it, nor upon some sufferings which I have endured in the course of my career, that I found my claim to the hand of Mademoiselle de Villardin. I found it upon her father's promise and her own. I found it upon her father's will, and upon his express application to your Majesty. And more than all, I found it upon the deep attachment that exists between us. Both her guardians, one of whom is her nearest relative, consent to our union, and indeed they are bound to do so by the will of her father." "But here, sir," said the king, "is her father's next of kin, who positively objects to her marriage with one whose birth, for aught we know, may be very inferior." "I appeal to that English nobleman, sire," I replied, pointing to the Earl of Norwich, "who has known me from my birth, and who will answer for it, that the blood of my father and my mother was as pure as any in the realm of France, however poor we all might have become by the changes in this uncertain world." "Ay, there is a fact," answered Louis. "Ought I to bestow the hand of this great heiress upon one who may have much merit and even noble blood, but who sought these shores an absolute adventurer?" The colour mounted into my face, and although I had hitherto been as cautious as possible, some of my ancient abruptness broke forth, and I replied, "I have known princes begin their career as much adventurers as I was." From the king's eye I saw that all was lost if I did not mend my speech, and I added, "I have seen princes begin their career as much adventurers as I was, who were destined to become the greatest monarchs on the earth." The cloud was done away instantly, and a smile succeeded upon the countenance of the young king, while Monsieur de Turenne, who had bit his lip nearly through at the first part of my reply, drew a long breath, as if relieved by its conclusion. "We do not doubt your merit, sir," answered his Majesty, "and as far as we ourselves are concerned, can, of course, have no objection to your union with this young lady, not designing her for any one else. But the vast inequality of your fortunes and the opposition of her father's nearest kinsman—" "Which I beg most strenuously to urge," cried the cousin. "Do not interrupt me, sir," said the king sternly. "These two circumstances offer invincible obstacles to your immediate marriage, unless you can show some motive for my disregarding the objection of this gentleman, and for believing that you are influenced by no interested motive whatever in the attachment you declare yourself to feel towards this young lady." I paused in order to be sure that the king had completely finished, but ere I could reply myself, Father Ferdinand advanced a little and addressed the king. "I believe, sire," he said, "that the first and strongest objection is, that a gentleman calling himself the nearest male relative of the late Duke de Villadin refuses his consent to the marriage of Monsieur de Juvigny with our ward Laura. That objection I can remove by telling this gentleman that he is not the nearest male relative of the late Duke." "Who then is?" demanded the other fiercely. "I am," answered the priest, gazing sternly upon him. "I am Ferdinand de Villadin, the elder brother of the late Duke. He who, more than 40 years ago, as you may have heard, young sir, abjured the world, resigned his possessions and his rank, and spreading abroad his own death, for 20 years buried himself in an Italian cloister. Of these facts, sire," he added, turning to the king, "I have already given you satisfactory proof, and I now declare that the full consent of her father's nearest of kin is given to Laura de Villadin's union with him who was more than a son to her late parent." "And in regard to my attachment to her being disinterested, sire," I added, "take from her all her possessions and give me but herself. I ask no more." "You think that it is impossible such a thing should happen, Monsieur de Juvigny," answered the monarch gravely, "and certainly it is impossible that we should strip our subjects of their property, but it is not at all impossible that another claimant to this young lady's lands may appear, and we tell you fairly that such is the case. Not 4 days ago it was clearly proved to us that Mademoiselle de Villadin has no claim whatever to 1 acre of her father's lands. What say you now?" "They come not to me, my son," said Father Ferdinand, seeing my eyes turn toward him. "My claim upon them has been null for years." "What say you now?" repeated the king, gazing upon me with an expectant smile. "That most thankfully, as the greatest boon that your majesty can bestow," I answered, "as a reward for all my services, and as a tie of gratitude towards you for ever, I claim the hand of Laura de Villadin, and only thank heaven that no inequality of fortune can now make any one believe I seek her from aught but love." A smile of majestic satisfaction beamed upon the countenance of the young monarch, but for several moments he continued to gaze upon me without uttering a word, and of course the same silence was preserved by every one in the presence. "You have stood every trial well, Monsieur de Juvigny," said the king at length. "You have obeyed our commands at a moment when they were most difficult to obey. You have proved that your loyalty as a lover is no less perfect than your gallantry as a soldier. And all I shall regret in signing your marriage contract is that your bride will not bring you as noble a fortune as you once expected. My consent to your marriage is fully given. There is only the approbation of one other person to be asked. Monsieur de Lorry, be good enough to open that door. What say you, madam? Do you consent likewise?" As he spoke, the king turned towards one of the nuns, who stood behind the queen's chair, covered with the Ursuline veil. At the same moment, Monsieur de Lorry opened a door which communicated with the great audience hall, and 2 more persons were instantly added to our party. They were Laura de Villadin and, hand in hand, my little page Clément de la Marque, dressed in all the splendour of a high noble of those days, and entering with a step that seemed familiar with courtly halls. Another sight, however, had riveted all my attention, and, I may say, had struck me dumb, for I actually stood in the midst of the circle like a statue, without life or motion, as the nun to whom the king had spoken raised her veil, exposed to my sight features deeply engraved on the tablet of memory, and connected with many a sweet and many a terrible remembrance in the past. Pale and worn, but still beautiful, though more than 12 long years, loaded with grief, had passed over her head. It was Madame de Villadin herself that gazed upon me, and as I stood thunderstruck before her, she advanced and embraced me as her son. Clément de la Marque clung to me too. The whole truth flashed upon my mind, and forgetful of all else but that Laura was mine, and the dead alive again, I embraced them all in turn, while Anne of Austria wiped away a tear, and Louis turned with a smile of generous feeling to Turenne. Monsieur de Juvigny, said the king, as soon as my first joy was somewhat moderated, forgive me for my coup de théâtre, but I wish to have my full share in your joy and your surprise. Though your fair bride has lost the rich lords of Villadin and Dumont, which go, of course, to my young Lord Duke here, yet she is still the heiress of Vermont de Laurie, and her soft hand is worth a lordship in itself. Every detail has been already given to me, and as there are some painful points in the history of every family, these good lords here present must even smother their curiosity as best they may, for by my command the many explanations which you may require will be afforded to you by your dear friends in private. You had better now retire to the Hôtel de Villadin, and hereafter you will find that, as by your high qualities you have won yourself a beautiful bride, your services have not been rendered to an ungrateful master. End of chapter 42. Section 39 of The Little Ball of Fire by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 43. Before I could well collect my senses, I was seated beside Laura de Villadin in the carriage of the good old Count de Laurie, with her young brother Clément looking playfully up in my face, which certainly must have expressed as much happiness as man could feel. On the other side appeared Madame de Villadin, with her uncle and her brother-in-law, and for a time a tumult of joyful feelings engrossed me entirely, as I looked round upon so many that I loved and esteemed, and found them all engaged in promoting my own dearest wishes. Another feeling, however, came to temper and to sadden, and I perceived that it was strong also in the bosom of every one, as gazing upon one another each saw a number of beloved objects, but each felt that there was one wanting who could never return. Strange to say, where there was so much to be asked and so much to be told, our drive passed absolutely in silence, and Madame de Villadin, when she once more entered the dwelling in which she had spent the days of her young pride and gaiety, drew down her veil and wept. At the foot of the staircase we passed Jacques Merlot, who bowed low and reverently, and when we reached the saloon, Madame de Villadin again embraced me, saying, "God's blessing be upon you, my son, for all that you have done for me and mine. I will now leave you for a time, and our reverend brother here will give you all the details of many things that I have not spirits either to tell you myself or to hear told by another. Come with me, Laura, my beloved child, and you, Clément, betake you to your book, for the tale that your uncle is about to tell had better, in your case, be reserved for after years." I could well have let my curiosity sleep till I had enjoyed the society of my dear Laura for some time longer, but Madame de Villadin seemed to think that the information I was to receive had better be given at once, and of course I did not oppose her. Left alone with Father Ferdinand and Monsieur de Laurie, the good priest passed over his own history without explanation, and took up his story at the period when the bridge had given way beneath Monsieur and Madame de Villadin, and he gave me all the minute particulars of events which I can here state but generally. It had luckily so happened that a large mass of the woodwork had fallen at once beneath Madame de Villadin, and thus both broke her fall into the stream, and supported her as a sort of raft after she reached the water. She had called loudly for assistance, but, hurried rapidly round the point of land just below the bridge, her voice had not reached me as I swam, till after I had dragged out Monsieur de Villadin. The single cry which I did hear had, however, caught the ears of Jacques Marlowe, who was at that moment returning from the farm of the good Ursulines, and running down to the shore, which was there less steep, he easily dragged Madame de Villadin, and the woodwork to which she was still clinging, to land. The house which he inhabited was close at hand, and thither he himself carried the lady without waiting for other assistance. Madame de Villadin was quite sensible of everything around her when she arrived at his dwelling, but she had become deeply impressed with the idea that Monsieur de Villadin intended to destroy her and the child she carried in her bosom, and acknowledging this apprehension in the terror of the moment, she besought Jacques Marlowe and his wife to conceal her from pursuit. He, on his part, having been well accustomed, as libel printer general to the Fronde, to concealments of all kinds, instantly locked the door, in which state I afterwards found it, and took those measures which effectually prevented us from discovering the existence of Madame de Villadin, making his wife feign herself ill to exclude all visitors from the house. Father Ferdinand, however, in whom Madame de Villadin had the fullest confidence, was made acquainted with all the facts, under the strictest promise of secrecy, and finding that the unhappy lady could never again look upon her husband without terror, he it was that advised her to seek a permanent resting place in the Ursuline convent, of which she had been so munificent a benefactor. There can be little doubt, however, that one more person became accidentally acquainted with the fate of Madame de Villadin, but she kept the secret far more nobly than might have been anticipated. That person was Suzette, who, after being dismissed from Dumont, lodged at Saint Estienne, in the house of the very woman who attended Madame de Villadin in the premature birth of her son. The woman had been chosen from that village as a place in which Madame de Villadin never had been, and her name and station were carefully concealed from her. But still the whole arrangements had excited her surprise, and from the hints which Suzette had twice let fall in my presence, I could not doubt that she had gained sufficient information from her hostess to feel sure of the existence of her former mistress. Our long absence from Dumont had given every opportunity of concluding all the subsequent arrangements without a chance of discovery. Madame de Villadin broke the last tie by leaving her child in the hands of Jacques Marlowe at Juvigny, and retired from the world. The proximity of the convent, however, gave her frequent opportunities of seeing both her children without being known to them, and she gradually became quite reconciled to her situation. The great difficulty was in regard to the education of little Clement, but that was removed by my offer to take him as my page. The knowledge that he was near his father, and still more the tidings which she soon received that her husband was displaying towards his unknown child all the fondness of a parent, acted as balm to the wounded heart of Madame de Villadin. But still she could not banish the idea that, if the Duke ever became acquainted with the child's birth, he would seek its destruction, and nothing that Father Ferdinand could say, to show her his brother's deep grief and repentance for what had already occurred, served to relieve her mind in this respect. Nor indeed could one wonder that such were her feelings, after all the terrible proofs she had received of how far her husband's unjust suspicions might carry him. All that Father Ferdinand could obtain from her was a permission to reveal to the Duke the facts, if ever he should seem on his deathbed, but her apprehension still made her require that the tidings should not be given till there was no remaining chance of recovery. Such is a general outline of the explanations given to me by Father Ferdinand in regard to the preservation of Madame de Villadin. But I was still anxious to hear more, and I asked him if Laura herself had been aware of her mother's existence. "Certainly not," replied he. "She could not even have a suspicion of it till after that unhappy business of the Count de Laval. And here, my son," he added, "my own conduct requires some explanation. I had long seen your growing attachment to our dear Laura, and had spoken to Madame de Villadin upon the subject, consulting her as to the necessity of informing my brother of the evident result which would take place. From what we both knew of the natural generosity of his heart, we felt sure that he would not object to a union, which, from our own regard towards you, we both desired, and it was therefore determined to let things take their course. When I found from little Clement the state of deep despondency into which you had fallen, now 2 years ago, and the rash acts to which that despondency led you, I began to suspect that you had become aware of your own feelings towards my niece, and looked upon them as hopeless. I therefore determined to give you some hope and encouragement, especially as I knew that Laura was not destined to become that wealthy heiress which you might suppose. Suddenly, however, my brother told me of his engagements with the Count, and well aware of his rigid adherence to his word, I began to fear that your passion was without hope indeed. After you were gone from the château and the Count had arrived, poor Laura confided to me her misery, and told me that she would rather at once take the veil than wed another than yourself. As I knew her father would not himself even display a thought of drawing back from his promise, I advised her to see the Count himself, and to tell him the true state of her feelings, and then, as I had reason to believe that the Count's passion was more for the heiress than the woman, I told Laura that a great probability existed of her father's estates passing to another, and though I desired her to ask no farther, I believed that, from the terms in which I spoke, some suspicion of the truth crossed her mind. I bade her, as a last resource, give a hint of such a result to the Count himself, if her other representations did not move him, and then to refer him to me. She did not rest satisfied with the first, however, but after having told him plainly that she could not love him as she loved another, she used her last resource also, although she acknowledges that he seemed much moved by her first representation. I am sorry that she did so, for now it is not very possible to tell by what motives the Count was actuated, and I would fain have given him an opportunity of doing honour to his own heart. However, he spoke with me afterwards, and knowing him to be a man upon whose promised secrecy I could fully rely, I told him boldly that there was not only a chance, but a certainty, as far as earthly things ever can be certain, of the estates of Monsieur de Villadin passing away from Laura. He asked an explanation, and seeing that it might save our dear girl from misery, I told him that, if I could obtain permission, I would satisfy him of the fact. He agreed to wait 4 days for my communication, promising that, if I proved my statement, he would voluntarily withdraw his claim. In consequence of this arrangement, I immediately wrote to Madame de Villadin, and showing her that her child's happiness was at stake, demanded her leave to make the Count acquainted with so much of her story as was necessary to prove to him that Laura would never possess the estates which he expected to receive with her. She immediately consented, and the result you know. As a matter of course, all the facts of Madame de Villadin's history were communicated by myself and Monsieur de Lorry to the king some time ago, and as her presence was necessary to establish the rights of her son to his father's honours and estates, his Majesty gave the necessary commands for removing all impediments which conventual rules might oppose to her visiting the court. Both the young king himself and his mother took the greatest interest in the fate of all concerned, and as by your letters we received intelligence of your situation and your restoration to health, his Majesty declared that as soon as your exchange could be effected, he would only subject you to one more trial ere he gave you your fair bride. All opposition on the part of his Eminence of Mazarine was withdrawn, as soon as he found that 2/3 of Laura's estates were diverted to her brother, and yesterday morning, early, a summons to attend the king and queen gave us also the joyful news of your return. The parts that we were all to play were laid down by the king himself, and our poor cousin, who had come up some months ago to claim the guardianship of the young heiress, was brought in also, still in perfect ignorance of all the facts. I now need to tell you no more, and if a light step I heard but now be a true signal, I think you will find someone in that next boudoir, who, though scarcely more happy to see you than myself, is a fitter companion for a young soldier than an old priest can be. As I, too, heard Laura's step, I asked no more questions at that time, but joining her that I loved, spent an hour or two of as happiness as ever fell to the share of mortal man. But a short space now intervened ere we were united for ever, for although all that we had gone through rendered me constantly apprehensive of some new disappointment, until Laura was at length clasped to my heart, my own beloved wife, yet since our fate has been placed beyond all farther doubt, I am inclined to believe that the dangers and the difficulties and even the sorrows of our early years contribute greatly to our present happiness. We have a store of thoughts and remembrances in the past, which forms for us a world separated from the rest of the world. Many things endured for the sake of each other mingle, I may say, a feeling of mutual gratitude with mutual affection. The deep impression of extraordinary events keeps the first fresh feelings of the passion that was born amongst them in all its original fire, although years have passed since our fate was united. Even the memory of the beloved dead forms a tie between our hearts which can never be weakened, and when I look into my Laura's eyes, I see the same love beaming in them as my wife, which lighted them in infancy and girlhood, only augmented with 1,000 sweeter and brighter beams by every stage through which our affection has passed. My tale is now concluded up to this hour, and so contented am I with my present state, that I trust to have nothing more which could prove of interest to any one to add to these pages, till time lays me in the grave. Almost all whom I have mentioned are still living, and though Madame de Villadin has again sought the quiet seclusion of the cloister, we frequently enjoy her society as far as her situation will permit. Father Ferdinand has often promised to give me a sketch of his early history, but it would seem that there are in it points so painful as even to have defied the softening power of time, and to remain too acute to bear recapitulation. Clément de Villadin has become the gallant soldier, whose name is known to every one both in England and France, and I have laid by the sword which so early came into my hands, hoping that fate has exhausted her store, and that no more changes, either of station or of character, may yet be reserved for John Marston Hall. End of chapter 43. End of The Little Ball of Fire, or the Life and Adventures of John Marston Hall, by George Payne Rainsford James. Narrated by Lynne Thompson.